international students. The move delivers a major blow to the school and escalates its fight with elite colleges, the administration's fight with elite colleges. Existing international students must transfer or lose their legal status, according to the Department of Homeland Security. And by the way, that's 27% of Harvard's student body. The blockade will increase financial pressure on Harvard, which has already had $2.6 billion in funding frozen and faces the loss of its tax-exempt status. Harvard obviously is calling this ban unlawful and is suing. OnlyFans owner Phoenix International is in talks to sell the company to an investor group at a valuation of around $8 billion. The London-based company, which hosts pornographic content forbidden on many other social networks, is reviewing a number of offers. According to Bloomberg sources, any deal for the website will have to overcome risks associated with hosting adult content, but they're trying to broaden it out to the mainstream. And Tesla bull Dan Ives is rallying up the herd. The Wedbush analyst raised his price target to $150, a new street high of, $500. That's his new price target, a new street high it would be. In a note this morning, he wrote, "We believe the golden age of autonomous is now on the doorstep for Tesla, centered around the success of its autonomous vision taking hold." The stock, however, is caught in this morning's sell-off. And joining us with more is Bloomberg's Detroit bureau chief, David Welch. So, David, what do we know about the drive for the stock valuation of Tesla? Because as Elon Musk told our Michal Hussein the other day, it's more than $1 trillion in total market cap. Is that driven by just making cars?
No, it can't be. First of all, the margins for making cars are just not that great. Tesla's growth is no longer there, right? They've got more competition in China. BYD has overtaken them. Sales down in Europe for a variety of reasons, partly competition, partly Elon Musk's politics. And, the company's struggling to maintain market share in the U.S., where you've got Hyundai, General Motors, and others selling more EVs now. Cadillac saying they're picking up some Tesla trade-ins these days. So he's not going to get growth just in the vehicles. And look, I love what we're seeing this morning with Ives' report, and then the fact that the shares aren't really reacting to it, because it shows you the entrenched sides of the Tesla bet. So Dan Ives is all in on the AI and autonomy bet, saying that they're going to get $1 trillion in value to Tesla alone for self-driving vehicles, robotics, AI. Market's not quite buying it yet. And we'll see in June when Tesla really gets these vehicles out in Austin in earnest. But, Waymo has been running self-driving vehicles on public roads and working on them for 15 years. Well, not all that on public roads, but for a very, very long time. And they are very slowly, methodically moving into their 6th city. And so, they're not blitzing this thing because it's a very difficult problem to solve. Tesla's been running partially self-driving vehicles with autopilot and FSD, but those aren't truly autonomous systems. They're really driver assist that they've been running for most of the time.
Beyond the technology too, the thing that's really taken Tesla lower in the pre-market, which you can see that, was Trump's tweet about tariffs. It wasn't anything about the company specifically. It also comes as a time when BYD finally, for the first time, surpassed Tesla sales in Europe. Does Tesla have a brand problem still, even with Elon Musk saying that he's pulling back from politics?
Well, they do. And look, there are a couple of heroic assumptions in Dan Ives' report. One is the $1 trillion for autonomy, but the other is that once Elon Musk leaves the Trump administration, or if he spends more time at Tesla, that the brand problem goes away. It doesn't. Like, his politics are pretty conservative, and that's his choice. I'm not making a judgment on that. But he routinely espouses that on X. So people who aren't going to buy his cars because of the politics, this brand issue that analysts have talked about, that's not going away because Elon is who he is and he believes what he believes. And if people don't like that, they may not buy his cars. So yes, you're right. I mean, you do have this issue on the vehicle side. But the main thing driving the Wedbush upgrade on Tesla is this autonomy bet. A lot of people have lost money going against Elon, but cashing in on autonomy is very difficult to do. It's always taken longer than everybody has thought. We were supposed to have self-driving cars all over the roads in 2020. It didn't happen. A lot of companies went bankrupt. So there's a big show-me aspect to Tesla and autonomous vehicles and AI.
I will say that I mean, not completely self-driving, but in a lot of the cars I test out, they do drive themselves for the most part, right, on big highway runs. General Motors has a system for that. I think Blue Cruise, Ford does as well. What about the robots, David? How important are the robots going to be for Tesla?
Look, I think it's a piece of this. They've talked less about it because we don't really know when they would come to a period where they're monetizing that, right? Elon has shown some interesting things on X that are kind of a lot of fun, and they last year. But are they going to be getting to a point soon where that's a revenue and profitable part of their business?
Once the robots that Tesla is producing and testing out becomes prime time, and it goes to a commercial application, Tesla will make more money on robots than they make on cars.
Bloomberg's David Welch. Now, coming up, we get back to a market that's falling after more tariffs, or the threat of tariffs being announced.
Okay, there's a lot of news taking place today. Thank you for joining. We're doing a live stream on Rumble, on YouTube, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And we go over the market and the breaking news, and you never know what's going to happen. Early this morning, there was news that came out that Trump is going to continue on an escalatory war with the EU, with tariffs, and Apple, right? Basically told Tim Cook, if you don't make your iPhones in the United States, you're going to have a tariff on it. So that's going to be negative to the market, I suspect. All right, the equity market right now, futures, is trading at 5,766. And we'll go over the support levels and the resistance levels. But it's definitely a time to, don't panic. We're going into a long weekend in the United States, so traders, institutional investors don't want to add on risk in a volatile environment like that we have right now with Trump. So, but it's a time to buy. It's a time to buy, accumulate shares in a broad index like the S&P 500 or Russell or whatever. But it's the time to buy. Don't panic on this. All right, we're going to be opening up the markets in about 7 minutes or so in the United States. Again, there's going to be a long weekend, so there's probably not going to be a lot of inflows into stocks today. But it's important to understand what's going on with the news. I have an eye on Bitcoin, and I also have an eye on oil. Now, Bitcoin was trading at 111 last night, 111,000 last night. Right now, it's trading at 108. So that's probably because it's heavily correlated to the equity market. You're going to see a little bit of a sell-off in Bitcoin. This is a time to buy. Right now is the time to buy. All right. Oil's trading at about 60, 64. There's some news that the Saudis and the OPEC Plus may increase the number of barrels of oil in addition to their other increases in July. So we'll see what happens. That can suppress the market. But if there's no deal with Iran, there's no additional barrels of oil that are going to be coming on the market. So that might have prices go up a little bit. No deal in Iran, but prices will go down a little bit because of the OPEC Plus increased production. The rumor is that Cushing in the United States is actually low on the inventory. Well, if that's the case, then WTI is probably going to go up. So this sell-off in oil is probably going to be short-lived. And that's the way I'm positioning it. But thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. My name's Dr. Paul Cottrell. The whole purpose of the show is to go over the news real time, how I'm reacting to it, what's going on in the markets, how you can benefit from it, not to worry. I'm telling you how to benefit from the news here. In addition, I also tell you how to improve your health and wellness. So you learn how to make money and you learn how to improve your health. I do these videos for free. So please help support my work by making sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I do live streams on them. I also do premieres for the ones that can't watch the live stream. And I'm on Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all those channels. Share the links. Ask your social media to follow me so I can create more followers, so I can teach people how to get healthy and how to not panic during market turmoil, right? If you listen to me, you'll make money. If you listen to me, you'll get healthy. It's that simple. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work. Get the products. I have ebooks. I have supplements. I also have course material that you can sign up for. Very cheap, $50. You get a lot of information about immunology and pulmonology. And by learning about how the human body works, you can get healthy and you're reducing that power imbalance between your physician and the patient, okay? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. You can also donate. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my homepage. Help support the work. All these videos are for free. I have thousands of videos out there for free. And you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. The paid members, the ones that buy the products, the ones that are donating, help support the free content. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. All this news that I provide for many years have been for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. So please help support my work. Donate, share the links, subscribe, purchase the products. It's that simple. And what do you get out of it? You get actionable intelligence on how to benefit from the markets, and you get actionable intelligence on how to improve your immune system and your endocrine system and slow down the aging process. You listen to me, you'll benefit. All right. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. The market is going to be opening up in 2 minutes or so. So let's see what Al Jazeera is saying here.
A joint Lebanese-Palestinian committee has agreed to the process to hand over Palestinian arms. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. During a visit, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas agreed to disarm refugee camps, but a time frame for the new process hasn't been agreed. Zaina Khuda reports now from Beirut.
This gathering had a lot of symbolism, rooted in Lebanon's civil war. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the Palestine Liberation Organization, or PLO, which once ran a state within a state in the 1980s. Today, attending an event with former Lebanese President Amin Gemayel, whose party had been in conflict with the Palestinians. Also here, Lebanon's new leadership that no longer wants the armed presence of Palestinian factions in the country.
In Lebanon, Abbas adopted a responsible approach, respecting Lebanon's sovereignty and rejecting any armed manifestations within the camps.
Lebanon has been home to hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees, living in overcrowded camps in what became built-up areas.
All right, so the markets have opened up. So let's just do the market update here. 5,769. So we're below the 5,800 on the S&P 500. VIX has increased by 25.22. So it's trading at 25.22. It was trading below 20 yesterday. Euro USD is trading at 1.13. Oil is trading at 60.81. BITO, which is the long ETF for Bitcoin, is trading at 22.91. Like I said, Bitcoin's trading at about 108. USD, Japanese yen, is trading at 142.78. That shows that there's risk in the international markets. You want the yen to be above 145. If it goes below 140, we got problems. Natural gas is trading at 3.29. UCO is trading at 20.63. That's a ETF for oil trading. Gush is a oil exploration and producing ETF. It's a long ETF that's trading at 20.58. And DRIP, which is the short for Gush, that's trading at 11.14. So markets are a little bit down today. We're down about 6 from the close. We're down about 65 points right now on the S&P 500. Now, what's important to mention here for the S&P 500, and we'll talk about oil and Bitcoin a little bit later, but the S&P 500, there is definitely a resistance level at 6,000. All right, we're having problems getting to that. So that's 5,950, 5,975 that's when it starts to stall out. There's a major support level, non-structural, non-fib sequence at 5,750. Now the S&P 500 is trading at 5,774 right now. So we are testing that support level. This is the time when you get close to a support level, it's the time to buy. So 5,750 is a support level, non-structural. The next support level, which is structural, that's tied to a fib sequence, is 5,500. Now, if we get really bad news today, then we are going to break the 5,750 and bounce between 5,750 and 5,500. But either way, buy. Don't wait for a potential break of 5,750. Start accumulating shares. And if you have cash on hand in a week or so, and it's trading below 5,750, then you should deploy that cash into the S&P 500 or some sort of broad index. This is the time to buy. All right. You just weather the storm, and then it's going to come back up, and you're going to make profit. Now, the people have been listening to me on doing this. You've been gaining a return on your new deployed capital anywhere from 10 to 20%, depending on your dollar cost averaging and when you put it into the market when I told you to. All right. But the point here is that you can beat the market with your new deployed capital within 14 days, sometimes in 7 days. But the point here is just pay attention to me. This will work out. So don't be scared. You go in when you see this. Again, resistance level 6,000, support level, and we're going to be testing that today, is 5,750. If it closes above 5,750, great. But if it breaks, that's also okay. It's time to buy. So just pay attention to that. All right. So let's listen into Bloomberg here.
Ability goes out the door if this keeps happening. And, again, I can't speak on behalf of what the president's got planned, but, this is definitely, this is going to light a fire under the EU. That much is certain.
It's a perfect segue here. Joining us now, working in the first Trump administration, not speaking for the president, but Joseph Livornia joins us here, well-timed, as we had Barry Eichengreen with us before. We get a huge response when Joe Livornia joins us. There's just no other way to put it. Thank you so much for joining this morning.
Short notice.
Did you speak to the president last night?
I have not. No, I haven't. But thank you for having me, and we have a lot to talk about.
We have a lot to talk about. Help me here, Joe Livornia, with the presumption of our global Wall Street listeners worldwide across this nation that Bessent will walk back the president's enthusiasms. Is that a strategy?
The president has a negotiating strategy, which I would argue has been largely successful. We probably will disagree on this.
And his ratings, folks, not known. CNN had this. Thank you, CNN. His ratings have gone up in the last 10 days.
Well,
Nobody knows that.
I will say something else. If you look at the polling, Tom, polling that's been good in 16, 20 and 24. Take Rasmussen, for example. Polling as of last night had the economy moving in the right direction at its highest reading in 16 years.
Yep.
So there's a lot of good stuff here. So I don't think there's a boy who cried wolf. This is a negotiation, and the intent and desire is to onshore and manufacturing high value added here. So that will ultimately be the president's decision, and Secretary Bessent will follow that.
Joe, Damien wants to get in, but I got to follow that up as well. So we have a negotiating tactic, the Secretary of Treasury with David Weston here in exactly 2 hours. And then do you just presume there'll be some make nice delay where we get a 60-day, 90-day delay?
Maybe, or there'll be a deal, Tom. There'll be a deal that is.
Come on.
Let me say a framework, because people talked about the deals. I got all this pushback the president's not going to pivot, you can't get a deal done. Yeah. It's a framework for discussion. I'm optimistic that it will be resolved in the U.S.'s advantage.
Can I define framework for you?
Yes.
A framework is where you're in negotiations, get afterthought to empty the dishwasher.
Joe,
that's what a framework is.
Joe, I'd love to get your opinion on the dollar as the world reserve currency. And the reason I ask it is this. I actually had long been a proponent of the fact that, the dollar, it's almost a bad thing for the Fed. It almost makes the Fed have to make decisions that are not necessarily based on the U.S. economy alone, but the rest of the world writ large, because of the dollar's influence the world's reserve currency. Now that it seems to be, and again, I'm not calling for the end of King Dollar, but, some of the shine seems to be rubbing off of it here. Does the administration think that a weaker dollar is good for America?
The administration does not want to lose its reserve status. In certain instances, the dollar is artificially high vis-a-vis certain countries. But in general, no, I think a strong dollar is reflective of the fact the U.S. is basically the strongest industrial economy in the world from a GDP perspective and productivity perspective. Right. However, your Bloomberg audience and Tom McKean will love this. The problem with the Fed is this abundant reserve approach to operating monetary policy. We've got abundant reserves. I would move away from that and go back to the older system where the balance sheet's smaller.
Joe Livornia with us with SMBC Nikko Securities, part of the Sumitomo Group of Japan. We couldn't talk about Japan here, and with us Damien Sassower this morning. Welcome across the nation. The Dow negative. My eyes are failing me, Damon.
Yeah,
I think it's negative 337 right now.
We have to ask you about Japan, the BOJ's role in the global financial system, the systemic risk of it being the net creditor to the rest of the world. And, now what we're seeing with inflation ticking up in Japan, do you think there's any real risk that a lot of those offshore holdings are going to need to be repatriated onshore? No, and you don't see...
we worried about Taiwan a few weeks ago. It's a nice Bloomberg article. I'll give you guys a plug. And how long did that last? There was issues last summer where this unwind. We had a big move in the Nikkei and JGB yields. By the way, JGB yields have been leading this recent rise higher, but it's also been globally, which is also, I want to push back against the narrative that the market's selling off. By the way, the market's exactly where it was a week ago before the Moody's downgrade, the surprise downgrade. But this isn't about the budget being big and causing the market to sell off. So again, the narrative, I think, is incorrect. But no, I'm not worried about systemic issues.
And why are we worried about the budget then?
Because that's just the easy, low-hanging fruit, simple narrative that people don't really have to think.
6% of GDP. I mean, but Japan equivalent debt and deficit, and I'm not worried?
Well, the thing is, the numbers that are coming from CBO, Moody's apparently used CBO's numbers, Committee for Responsible Budget, they all use the same numbers. I don't think they're correct. I mentioned this maybe the last time. And
you told the president that CBO's data is not correct.
The forecasts are unbelievably pessimistic, assuming 1.8% GDP growth the next 10 years.
So as Malpass would say, it's the growthiness that's not in there. Granted, you can't predict the growthiness, but you're saying we're going to have a sustained growth rate to get us through this agony.
Let's say we had growth at, say, 2.5%. I think we could be 3%, but let's say 2.5%. That's an extra $2 trillion in revenue. The tariffs, they're going to raise $200 billion this year. That's going to account for something over the next handful of years. That won't even be in the numbers because it's not part of the official scoring.
Right. I'm going to say to everybody listening, whatever your political persuasion, this is a really, really valid study away from the debt gloom. Do you grow your way out of the problem? That's worked for a few decades to say.
Well, it worked in the late 90s.
Yeah, Damien?
Well, Joe, I mean, I have to ask you about the disconnect between the soft and the hard data here in the U.S. and whether or not you think there's, something coming around the next corner. Do you know what I'm saying there? I mean, I know this U.S. economy has been exceptional. It really has been. I know it's resilient. It really has been. Earnings have been super resilient. And I agree with all of it. And it can continue. But I mean, the whispers that the hard data is going to catch up to this drop in sentiment. I mean, do you believe in that? Or do we have it
reversed.
I mean, is the
Yeah, so
sentiment
I would say,
Never bet
so
against
what I
America.
did is I went back and looked, because the weak data was telling us recession in 22 and 23. It didn't
Fair.
happen. And then some of the data recently has suggested the
I
same.
remember that.
So of course, what I did is I went back and looked, let's look at some of the harder high frequency data. How did that perform in 22 and 23?
Right.
What's it look like now? Is it saying recession? No. Chain store sales are strong. Motor vehicle gasoline demand is strong.
Well, we've heard this, Joe.
Yes, you've heard this.
The last
You've
3
heard
weeks,
it. Yes,
we've had
claims
like
are
a
low, right?
rekindling.
So the hard data will turn. Well, sorry, the weak data, the soft data rather, will turn up. Hard data will stay firm.
On a Friday for Global
There we
Wall
go.
Street, a great lineup in the back half hour. Joe Livornia with us with SMBC Nico, and then Mike Green will join us from Simplify. Stacey Vanek will be with us here coming up in a bit. I need to do a data check. We're going to get Lisa in here in a bit with one too, but it's a better tape than the futures of an hour ago at 9:41 Wall Street time. It's a constructive lift off the gloom that we had an hour ago, down negative 394, SPX down 1%, NASDAQ not down 2%, down 1.3%.
I'm noticing
it's
oil is
the
going up
Livornia
too.
lift. That's what
I'm noticing oil is going slightly up a little bit. It's now trading at 61.09. And Bitcoin ETF BITO is trading at 23.03. I think Bitcoin is trading at 109. Okay, so let's talk about the support levels for oil. We're a little bit of static there. There's support levels in oil at $54 a barrel for WTI. All right, the futures is CL. All right, if people that want to take a look at that, but the support level is a 61% retracement. That's at 54, and that bifurcates the trading range pre-COVID. So 54 is a major support level. Not only that, many oils have to be capped if it trades below 60, and further wells have to be capped if it trades below 55. So 54 is a major support level. Now it's trading at around 61 right now. Now there's going to be a trading range around 60 to about 63 is what I've been noticing in several trading sessions. So it goes to about 60, maybe goes a little bit higher and then stalls and then comes back down. So there's a serious resistance point at 65. There's a major support level at 54. And there's a trading range between about 60 and about 63.25, somewhere in there. So you just watch that undulation and then go in and then go out, go in and then go out. And then by doing that, you are gaining a P&L. Your P&L is increasing. All right. So you just keep that in mind, that because it's on the lower end of that range earlier this morning, it was time to get in. All right. Now, could it go lower? Yeah, it could go lower. But as it's going lower, purchase more. All right. Now, with BITO, that's the ETF for Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin went up a lot in the last couple trading sessions. So it's going to need to consolidate a little bit. So it was trading at about 111,000. Now it's trading at 109,000. So the two major support levels for BITO in the near term is 22.5. It's trading at 22.975. So major support level at 22.5. And there is if that breaks, and let's say Bitcoin was trading in the 103 range, BITO's next support level is 21.48. So just keep that in mind. You know, there's a decent support level there. I think in several trading sessions from now, Bitcoin will be much higher. How much higher, I'm not sure, but it probably will break the 111 mark. It probably maybe approach the 115 mark. Resistance level for BITO is 24.42. 24.42, just try to triangulate it, even though there's ETF tracking error to the underlying. 2442 probably is going to be around 114 or a 115 range. So just keep that in mind. All right. Another big thing in the news was Apple being chastised by Trump that to sell your iPhones, you need to make them in the United States or you're going to get a tariff. So there's going to be a lot of discussion about overreach by the government, and Harvard is being hit by DHS last night. The secretary of DHS basically stated that international students, they're going to have to go to a different university in the upcoming school year, or their student visa will be revoked, because Harvard has been not following the requests of DHS to understand what the international student body is at Harvard, and Harvard's not complying, and therefore DHS is revoking their privilege to have international students. This is going to go to the courts. Early this morning, Harvard asked for the courts to have a stay that's put on this, or an injunction. I forgot the term that they use, but they basically to halt what DHS wants to do and let the courts decide. I think it's called stay, but either way, the point here is that the escalation between Harvard and Trump is continuing, and the university is going to have some problems. Now, there's a video out there where Niall Ferguson is interviewing Bill Ackman, and they're doing a fundraiser for the new university that Niall Ferguson started in Texas. All right, it's a new type of university, very constitutional, free thought. It's a kind of an interesting thing that they're doing. So they were doing a fundraiser, and it looks like Bill Ackman's going to help fund it. Bill Ackman was a major funder for Harvard too. Now, Bill Ackman stated in that video, which I thought, and I didn't know this, which I thought was very important. The endowments have a lot of private equity investments. So these portfolios at Yale and Harvard have a lot of PE, private equity, which is illiquid. So what's on the balance sheet is not the true value, the liquid value of. So if they're distressed, which Harvard is, 100% Harvard is financially distressed right now, they're going to have to start selling. And when they start selling, they can't find a buyer for these illiquid assets. So when they do find a buyer, it's going to be marked at a much lower than book value. So it's going to show a major loss, on top of not getting the multiple annual grants that help fund their budget. So Harvard, the president, Alan Garber, he created a fundraising initiative, asking the alumni. Now, because I'm an alumnus from Harvard, I know this. So asking the alumni to help the university through its financial difficulties. All right. The question is, how many of the alumnus will actually hear the call from the president and heed the call for the president and help the university out? I suspect that there's going to be major cuts within programs and departments within Harvard within the next 6 months, maybe 8 months, because they're hoping that there's going to be an influx of funds heeding the call from this new fundraising initiative from the president of Harvard. Now, the problem is that the president of Harvard doesn't really have control of many of the deans at the schools. See, most people would think that the president would have control of the deans. He really doesn't. It's the overseers and the Harvard Corporation that there's a lot of this is siloed, decentralized. And so the president is just really a figurehead and a fundraiser who really controls the university as a provost. But the point here is that there's a lot of power, decentralized power bestowed on the deans. And a lot of these deans in the schools are ultra liberal. And so there's no real control mechanism with this, with a faculty body and a administrative body that is woke. So it's a big problem. So it's not all Garber's fault, but Garber is viewing Trump in a totally wrong way. Garber needs to go talk behind the scenes and say, hey, I got a problem. I got an overrun university of a bunch of woke people I can't control. And then I got a board that, and an overseer, the Harvard Corporation board and the overseers, that many of them are pushing this woke agenda. So he's caught into, he's stuck in this corner that he can't get out of. If he was honest behind the scenes, I think Trump would actually help him. But he's digging in and he's aligning himself with this woke movement within Harvard, thinking that he's doing the right thing. Harvard is going to have some major, major financial difficulties if they don't stop pushing on Trump. In addition, I think Trump and DHS is going after these international students because of the issues with the 1,000 talent program and the affiliation with Wuhan. A lot of people don't know that Harvard has researchers that are working on temporal spatial recognition on satellite data with the Chinese students. This has dual purpose. You could use this technology for agriculture, but you can also use this as a military application. Trump is looking into, I think what's happening is that they are trying to dive into these graduate students on what the hell they're doing and how their research can be used in dual purpose for military application for the Chinese. There is an infiltration that's taking place in American universities through the CCP, through the 1,000 talent program, 100% of it. And to add insult to injury, this spatial recognition stuff that has dual purpose for military application is a joint venture between Wuhan University and Harvard University. So it's not just viruses. It's not just biotech. It's other applications like satellite applications. People need to wake up. So, and Harvard does this because they have students that are international that paying more, and they have countries or funds that are coming from the international market that are helping support their budgets. So they'll take the money. So there's a big problem that's going on over at Harvard. But what Bill Ackman stated with that the portfolio is a major, it's overinflated in value because it's not truly mark to market. And the same thing is happening at Yale with these endowments because they have heavy exposure with private equity. All right, the next thing is the next thing that Bill Ackman stated was that the board, I think it's the board votes itself. They can vote themselves in. So it's not really, it's a very small elitist group that is at the Harvard Corporation. They're probably one of the most elitist groups is the Harvard Corporation. Now, the maybe if it's not, it's in the top 4. But the next level is the overseers. And it used to be, he said that you needed about, it was either 600 or 800 signatures to get on the ballot to be able to be voted in as an overseer. Now they raised it since October 7th to over 3,000. I think he said 3,200 signatures to be able to be on the ballot. Well, that is a large hurdle to be on the ballot to be an overseer. So what's happened is that since October 7th, the woke group has forced the system and tried to prevent non-woke individuals getting on to the overseer board. So that's inside baseball, what's going on at Harvard. But you don't hear it in the news. All you hear is that Trump is trying to take international students out. Well, what about the research that they're doing that's dual purpose for military applications for the CCP? Not one, I have not seen one mainstream media outlet other than Fox News talk about it in the United States. All the others don't say anything about it. They're just demonizing Trump. This is a big problem. This 1,000 talent program is stealing American technology. And the universities don't care because they're getting paid. It's a big problem. Garber needs to wake up and use pragmatism. If you work with Trump, you will be okay. If you go against Trump, you're going to get fucked. And it's going to be expensive, and there's going to be lots of hardship that's down the road. It's that simple. And the harder you fight it, the worse it is. It's just something about Trump's spirit or soul or something about it that the more you go against him, the worse it's going to be for you. If you go with the flow, you somehow work with the flow, you actually benefit from it. It's just the way the cosmos works. It's very strange. So that's just, that's what I think is happening over at Harvard, and what Bill Ackman mentioned about the problems that are happening with the overseer board, the Harvard Corporation board, the portfolio. Another thing that he mentioned I thought was very, very interesting is that and Alan Dershowitz said this too when he was teaching at Harvard. Over the years, the administrative staff has increased, but the actual professors did not increase. The student body did not increase, or very little, over a 10-year period of time. Very little. All right. So, but the administrative state, the administrations of these different universities, the back office did balloon out. So that causes more costs per school. So Harvard needs to look at itself and say, you know what? They were running this university like a government. The government where they could just keep on hiring administrative staff and administration and more and more and more and more, to the point where they thought it was okay because they would always get that $1 billion grant from the government plus research funds. Well, that's at risk now for at least the Trump term. And they need $1 billion from the way they do their budgets. They need at least $1 billion a year. Well, Trump's going to be in office for 3 years. That's $3 billion lost, plus potential grant funding, future grant funding, and current grant funding. So you're talking billions of dollars here on top of a overinflated portfolio with private equity. So Bill Ackman's right. There's a major problem with Harvard financially. And then if you're borrowing money or not borrow, if the school is borrowing money too on top of it and using as assets the actual portfolio that's overpriced. All right. So if they're going to go to a donor base through this initiative with the president asking the donor base and the alumni to help the university out, but a lot of that is going for interest payments towards the debt of the university. Why would a donor give money that's only going to be paying interest to a bank? They wouldn't do it. So he's going to have a fundraising issue too. Harvard's got some serious financial problems. And people keep on saying, oh, it has a $53 billion endowment. Blah, blah, blah. Well, how much is there? If it was mark to market, what's the true value? That's one issue. How much of it can they really spend because it's permanently restricted? And the other issue is that their budgets, their annual budgets were it was predicated on certain flow of funds coming from the government, which is, that flow of funds is not happening. So the big problem. And then like what Ms. Taiwan has said on many shows, it's not just the portfolio, it's the perception. The perception, they have tarnished the brand. The woke, ultra liberal, humanities type student has brought down the school. And then in the news, they demonize Trump. Oh, you're stopping cancer research. You're stopping these science initiatives. Well, they get these funds for the science initiatives, right? And they're doing that, but some of that money gets skimmed off for administration. And because money is fungible, indirectly, they are funding, even if it's for science, they are funding indirectly these woke agendas that are coming out of the humanities department. So Harvard has a big problem, a big problem. And the saga will continue because you have lots of people digging in thinking Trump's stupid. You have the intelligentsia at Harvard, in that Harvard community. The intelligentsia is thinking Trump's stupid and that he has no legal basis and that they'll win in court. And all three of those, they could lose on. Trump is not stupid, all right? You don't become a billionaire in being stupid, all right? He may not be intellectual, but he's not stupid. Those are two different things. He has a lot of street smarts. Second, the funding, it could be decided in court that the funding that was future funding and current allocated funding could be pulled by the government. We don't know what the court's going to say. And I've heard the lawyer that was on some of the teams that actually said this. So Harvard's got some major problems. Bill Ackman's right. Bill Ackman's right. If they don't really chastise the student body and the faculty and stop the woke agenda, then the brand is going to continue to go down, and that the funding base is going to continue to go down within the Harvard community, and the funding base is going to go down from the government, at least in the next 5 years. Okay, with that, the equities are still trading at 5,784. VIX is trading at 22.95. And BITO is trading at 23.16. And UCO is trading at 20.97. Oil is moving upward. It's at 61.44. And if you noticed, within the intra, it was after hours, it was trading at $60 a barrel. So it's proving my point. It's doing this trading range between 60 and about 63.25, 63. So, okay, with that, they're doing a graduation ceremony at the Naval Academy. J.D. Vance is there. It's on live now. We're not gonna go to that, but let me just plug a product here. Please help support the work that I do. I give you a unique perspective. All right. I mean, how many people actually tell you how to trade the market, tell you how to improve your health, and can say that they were in a meeting and listen to lawyers that are actually trying to navigate Harvard through this tumultuous time with Trump? Not many people, they can do that. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is a very strong antioxidant. It's very potent. Take a teaspoon a day. I've been taking this since around 2016, late 2016. So take a teaspoon a day, every day. It's best on an empty stomach for best absorption. if you work out, take it before your workout, and you'll soak up those free radicals during your workout, and you'll recover quicker. You'll notice that your recovery time is quicker. But take a teaspoon a day, every day. Very important. And what that's going to do is it's going to soak up free radicals, reduce the stress on your cell and your tissues. Your organ systems are going to perform better. Your immune system, your endocrine system, even your brain will perform better. Why? Because C60 will help the health of the neuron. Okay, now you can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. The higher ounce configuration is cheaper per ounce. So that's how you can save a little bit of money. But you can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, or you can get it in avocado oil. It has to be in an oil. There's some people out there taking C60 in a powder. You do not want to do that. That is not good for you. You got to have it in a lipid. That's the way your body absorbs it. It's a lipid soluble supplement. All right. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60, take it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. Teaspoon a day. And what's going to happen is it's going to soak up those free radicals, reduce the stress in the cell, help with that mitochondrial health, boost up your ATP levels so you have more energy. The cell's going to perform better, has less stress and more energy. And you're going to notice that you're slowing down the aging process. Another great benefit is that it helps your neurons. It's going to reduce the stress on the neuron, soak up those free radicals, help with the myelin sheath, because if you're reducing the stress on the neuron, the myelin sheaths are going to be healthier. So you're going to have cognition, your cognition, that electrical signal is going to be faster. And your mitochondria in your cell is going to be better. You're going to have more ATP, and you need lots of mitochondria for your neurons. So if you have healthy mitochondria in your neurons are healthier and perform like in their youth. They'll create those neurotransmitters, and it'll transmit faster. You'll have better neuroplasticity. You'll have better memory. In addition, if you soak up free radicals at the vascular level in your bloodstream, you're reducing the oxidation of LDL. When you reduce oxidized LDL, you're reducing plaque formation. So you're going to help with your cells, your tissues, your organ systems, your endocrine system, your immune system, your vascular system, and your brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. It's a major part of my anti-aging protocol. So please go to my store, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. This supplement is super important for you. I can't tell you more on how important it is. You should be taking it every day. And I do, and I've been doing that ever since 2016, late 2016. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
While we're waiting to get some clarity,
Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee interviewed on CNBC. His remarks came after President Trump threatened to impose 50% tariffs on imported goods from the EU and warned of a levy of 25% on Apple phones. Again, Apple shares down 2.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks so much, Charlie. Alex Steele here, alongside John Tucker. Paul Sweeney is off today. There's some debate in the studio as to who John Tucker is right now. Is he me or is he Paul?
I am Alex Steele. Alex Steele is Paul Sweeney, and Charlie Pellet is John Tucker.
See, I don't know how I feel about how that was distinguished. So we are figuring that out as we go.
As we do everything.
As we do everything. All right, so market's down by over 1% for tech. A lot of that's Apple. Want to take a look at some of the stocks on the move. Alex Steele alongside John Tucker. We're joined by Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. So let's kick it off with what you're watching. Apple, Let's dig more into it.
Yeah, we absolutely have to dig into Apple, Alex. Again, as you mentioned, shares down over 2% at the moment. That's actually pairing some of those pre-market losses. We saw those shares sink as much as 4% before the cash open. And as we all know, the Apple stocks are, of course, at the forefront of the latest tariff threat from President Donald Trump. He threatened a 25% levy on the company if it failed to move iPhone production and manufacturing to the U.S. Now, of course, we have Bloomberg Intelligence analysts crunching the numbers. Is that even possible? What does that mean? And they estimate that the immediate impact is going to be a 300 to 350 basis point cut to their gross margin for fiscal 2026. And we have analysts at Wedbush also estimating that if this happens, then that would translate into iPhone prices of, hold on to your seats, $3,500. $3,500.
Yeah, and essentially building it overseas is a labor arbitrage. Now they got a pass in with the first round of tariffs in Trump 1.0. What has changed in the relationship between Donald Trump and Tim Cook? Do we know?
Well, we don't really have reporting on that, John, but yeah, you can imagine there's probably something that has happened or is happening.
He's not building it here.
Yeah.
I mean, end of story, right?
But can they build it here? My point is they can't.
No, absurd, I think is what one
we'll just have
analyst
to pay
called it.
$3,500 for your iPhones.
Alex would.
Can't. I would definitely would not. You know who would? Paul Sweeney. No, I'm just kidding. No, actually, I'm not kidding. Okay, so that's one stock you're watching, which is Apple. We're going to talk about that in just a second with Anurag. Let's go to Deckers. So that was a tough earnings report yesterday.
Very, very tough, Alex. And we're seeing...
They're not being honest with that whole... Most of the manufacturing capability of the iPhone has nothing to do with individual people. It's the way the line is in all the fixtures that are designed. So it's manufacturing engineering. We have lots of manufacturing engineering in the United States. A lot of it's robotic. And not only that, a lot of it's quality control. We have individuals in the United States that can do this. All right. What they are not mentioning is that it takes money to build up that manufacturing, those manufacturing fixtures, testing the line, running the line, and all this. And if you are going to wrap the cost of the tooling and the manufacturing line in the product to recoup the cost in 1 year, then yes, the items are going to be very expensive. But if you divide the cost of the actual, those tool and die fixtures and the development of the line and the testing of the line over a multiple year period, then it's much cheaper. The amortization scheduling is key to understanding what the actual piece cost would be, the actual phone cost. So if they're going to do it over a 1 year period, yes, it's going to be very expensive. But that's not how they do these things. It's over a multiple year period. And not only that, once you build up the line, you can build on top of it. You can use certain parts of the line and just modify the fixtures for the new phone. So the costs are much lower for the next model that is made on an American line. So it depends on what the amortization scheduling is for the tool and die. So they're being disingenuous. What they're basically saying is it's going to cost double the cost or triple the cost. Yeah, if you want to try to recoup your costs within 1 year. But that's not how tool and die works. It's over the life cycle of the product. And those life cycles of the product, the shape of these products, even though they change the number, the shape of these things are very similar. So the actual fixture sizes, there's not that much of a difference. So you get huge savings the next model run. But they don't want to tell you that. You know why? Because most Americans don't know how shit's made. Because most Americans, they aren't engineers, they're not scientists. They have low understanding of how things are done.
of view, this is not in for anybody's, liking a high margin or a high profile job. You're just assembling phones. I mean, I know what it means from a marketing point of view, but you're better off spending money on high-end semiconductor chips that are several $100s worth in a phone. A few $100s of labor, from one side to the other does not really add up to the benefit of, anybody, either the US or.
He's missing the point.
What's going to happen is.
He's wrong. These are high-paying jobs that involve engineering and quality control, statistical analysis, and manufacturing engineering. They're high-paying jobs. There are people that come out of MIT with manufacturing degrees. All right. And there's a lot of statistics and there's a lot of mathematics involved. And there's a lot of CAD and simulation design for the actual workflow of these. He's totally wrong. A lot of this is going to be automated. So what happens is you build this and you're building up the economic cluster for the tool and die industry. They don't say that. They never mention the tool and die industry because these people never have built anything in their life. Never. Just look at the musculature of this individual. Do you really think that he's built anything? He doesn't look like he's an engineer or have manufactured anything, but they're going to tell you how it really is. How could they tell you how it really is if they don't even know how an iPhone is really made? It's not assembled mostly by a human being. It's fixtures. Now, how do you think those fixtures are designed and made? Humans make those. That's why I keep on saying it's about the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 supply chain. This guy's bullshit.
So now no one's been able to answer your question. So that leads me to believe that you need to go research this, Tucker. Nobody knows what has changed between Tim Cook and President Trump.
Again, I was filling in for you.
That's bread and circus shit.
He's just going to rub salt in this wound. So Anurag, just
what Apple wants to continue to say is that, oh, it's going to be too expensive in the United States. It's going to be 3 times as much and blah, blah, blah. And there's not enough manufacturing engineers to do this and know how to do it and blah, blah, blah. No, we know how to do it. I know how to do it. All right. So there's lots of people in the United States that can do this. All right. That know how to design these lines. Not only that, it opens up the door for individuals coming out of college to be able to start working on an assembly line and understanding how these phones and the quality control and all the fixture designs and all of the minutia of this to grow their career and to move up the ladder into management or other product development. But when you don't have that economic cluster in the United States, how do those people coming out of high school and out of college get a entry-level job? So these people they're not being honest. I just wish that someone on Bloomberg would actually have the nuance. They can give you all the nuance of what the Federal Reserve is going to do, but they can't really tell you how a phone is really made. They think that someone actually, all these components is physically put together by a human being. It's not. It's through fixtures on an assembly line. You have individuals on the assembly line watching it and fixing things that may break. So you have maintenance crew, you have individuals designing the line, you have statistical people looking at the quality control and the statistical analysis. When they put these phones together, they have a scanner to actually measure the glass to find a housing that matches closely to have the best fit and finish. Do you think a human does that? Or do you think lasers do that? These people are fucking idiots. They're just fucking idiots. And these are the people that are informing individuals in the United States who don't know any better and just take it at face value that what Tim Cook's saying. Tim Cook is wrong. He's wrong on so many different levels. What's the amortization schedule for the tool and die to justify a 3 times more cost? Really? Really? No, what it is that they're playing the arbitrage game. They're playing the arbitrage. They know that they can make even more money if it's made in China. Not that the United States can't do it. We can do it. See, the argument was the United States can't do it. Then the next argument is the United States has cost too much. Now, what it is that they want the labor arbitrage. They want the labor arbitrage because they'll have higher margins. But if Tim Cook is generating billions of dollars annually, quarterly, all right, in cash, in free cash, maybe he should give that money back to the shareholders, or maybe the actual margins for these products are too high and that we're actually being overcharged these phones. You ever thought that? Maybe we are being overcharged these phones. And that dovetails right into what the Chinese have been saying for a while on these luxury brands, especially handbags. It only costs $300 to make, but they're selling to you for $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $10,000. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 14, or Max 35. They're 35 parts per million or 14 parts per million, or Cleanse, which is 30 parts per million. You take it the same way, teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, swallow. It's that simple. Swish it in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, swallow. And that's going to help improve your oral cavity, help with your epithelial lining, and maintain that mucosal barrier. So it's going to boost up your immune system. I have them at different price points and at different PPMs for affordability. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 35, the Max 14, or Cleanse. All right, take it every day. Take it every day and boost up that immune system. You're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day, apply it the same way, and then go back to your maintenance dose when you feel better. But it's really simple. It's the first part of my protocol, what I call the core. All right. And in the core, there's 4 pillars. The first pillar is the Max 35, Max 14, or Cleanse to boost up that immune system. C60, which I talked about earlier, is the second pillar that is going to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is ashwagandha, turmeric, and lignans to boost up that immune system and reduce inflammation that will help with your cardiovascular system. And Boomer Boost boosts up those energy levels and revs up your metabolism. That's the core. And you're going to notice that you're slowing down the aging process, your immune system is more robust, and you have more vitality. And you look younger. Now, I'm in my 50s. I do not look like I'm in my 50s. All right? There are people out there that you can benefit from the experiences that they have and the knowledge that they have obtained over the years. And if you listen to these anti-agers, which I'm a part of, you can benefit and improve your health. It's not just slowing down the aging process. You can take the same technology, the same information, the same experiences, and target certain things like diabetes and heart disease and improve your system and let the body heal. It's a holistic approach. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great products that I offer. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Let's go back to Bloomberg because they know how manufacturing is.
For the Middle East and Africa joins us now. Roz, how seriously is Europe taking this?
Well, so far the Commission is saying nothing, and that's because they're probably waiting for this conversation that's supposed to be happening today between their chief negotiator for the EU, Mauro Sefcovic, and Jamison Greer, his US counterpart. So they're laying very low before that call. But what we can sense already is the idea that they see this as a negotiating tactic. And indeed, the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent seemed to indicate that a short time ago when he said he hopes it, quotes, light a fire under the EU, and it seems to just be going into that call a sense of frustration from the US at the pace of the negotiations rather than they are intending at this minute to impose a 50% tariff. And so they're seeing it as part of the realm of the negotiations and the tactics from the US at this point, even though you did see obviously that market reaction. We didn't see a massive move, for example, in the euro, again pointing to the idea that in the market as well, people are interpreting this as part of the cut and thrust of being negotiating on trade. And so we have to really see at this point what happens from that phone call later today.
You saw the social media post from the president. Does Donald Trump have any legitimate gripes when it comes to the EU?
Well, he says he does, and I guess the frustration on the US part is that the EU is just a much bigger economic entity to deal with than, say, getting a trade framework agreement with a country like the UK, where I am. And so these are much more complicated arrangements with a collection of companies, the EU, versus one individual country, and a lot more economic clout on the EU side, arguably, as well. And the EU has its own lines in the sand, be it around agriculture, cars, and so on. And so these were always going to be much more fraught negotiations.
What did the EU propose that President Trump thought was not good enough?
Well, they came back with a counter proposal to the US proposal, to the previous proposal. There's been a bunch of counter proposals, but this is about addressing some of the issues around environmental standards, labor standards, and a framework the EU was setting out to move towards zero tariffs on a lot of goods, aside from things that are seen as very essential, including around agriculture. And obviously that proposal has gone to the US. The US is not happy with it. They're coming back for a further conversation. But again, the message is that Donald Trump obviously wanted these conversations to be moving a lot faster than the reality is the EU was probably going to move. And so now they're leaning heavily on the idea of, Donald Trump saying, I would give you a number, and here is the number. It's 50% if you don't comply. Again, the question is that the new 10%, or is that on top of what we already know? It seems to be, it would be a flat rate either way. But again, the reality is the US is negotiating at this point with a much bigger economic entity in a much more complicated fashion. So these conversations are always going to take time. And even then, you're just looking at getting a framework, not a lot of the nuts and bolts of a full-throated trade agreement.
Roz, thanks very much. We appreciate it. Roz Matheson, the Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Well, what next for investors? Still trying to figure out exactly what this trade regime is, the tariff regime. Christina Hooper, our next guest, the Chief Market Strategist at the Man Group. Do you change your investment strategy now with these new threats?
Well, I think we have to look in terms of all the threats right now, because it's not just tariffs, right? We also have increased concerns around the creditworthiness of the U.S., just how large our fiscal deficits are going to be. All of this is likely to conspire to drive up yields on the long end, apply downward pressure on U.S. stocks. And I think, again,
Think about it. They were segueing that Europe needs to capitulate because their economy sucks. And then you have another person saying, oh, the credit worthiness of the United States is so bad, we might have to, trim some of our equity exposure and maybe move overseas. Really? Where are you going to move to? Where are you going to move your assets? Which shirt is cleaner? I mean, these people are idiots. Don't bet against the United States. I'm telling you. Buy. Right now, the equity for S&P 500 price is at 5,787. Like I said, watch for that support level of 5,750.
likely continues to amplify downward pressure on U.S. stocks. So I think what it drives us to is looking for alternatives, and that is European equities, where valuations are lower. There's arguably less vulnerability with lower.
Their economy, if the United States pulls away trade with Europe, Europe has a big problem, just like China. Germany's having a problem selling their cars. They're losing market share. Germany's almost a one-trick pony. in terms of very high-end machinery and cars. And so it's a true two-trick pony, I guess. But the point here is that what's the alternative to the United States? And this is why J.P. Morgan in the late 1800s and the early 1900s said, never, never bet against the United States. She will always surprise you. Why that is, we don't know. Maybe it's a blessing. I don't know. You don't need to know. You just need to understand that it does happen. You don't need to know why. All you need to know is what the movement is. And the thing is, guess what? You buy just like you were buying in 4,830 when the market was selling off. You would have benefited. The same thing's going to happen. We're going to be at an all-time high in the S&P 500 this year, most likely in July. But you got people on Bloomberg that's saying, put your equities in Europe. And then once it gets to 6,100 on the S&P 500, she's going to be on Bloomberg saying, we're moving our money to the assets in the United States because there's growth. Really? Well, maybe you should buy low and sell high, not buy high and hope that it goes up higher. These people are stupid.
Right now, where we could.
It's not that they're so stupid. I should be a little bit more nice. Maybe. It's not that they're stupid. It's that they're worried that they're going to lose money. They're going to lose investors in their fund, that there's going to be outflows. So to convince the investors, because those investors are stupid, all right, to convince them, they go, well, we're reducing our exposure and moving into a place that's a little bit safer. Instead of telling those investors, we're actually buying more because we're bullish. See, it takes leaders to actually tell people, don't worry, move forward. Things are going to get better. It's not leaders that go, well, things are really tumultuous and let's go to a safe haven right now. No. If you're in the market and you're investing, all right, you want these periods of volatility to be able to buy in to benefit for the surge. And then the tax bill that's going to be passed in a month in the Senate, most likely in the month in the Senate, that's an accelerant for the stock market. And she's telling her clients to go to Europe? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? That's so dumb.
Uncertainty. And I think that is the much bigger issue right now, because what we're seeing today are tariff threats. They could just be a negotiating tool, but they give companies pause and they have a chilling effect typically on business investment and hiring.
It's an opportunity.
When do we see that chilling effect? Second quarter, third quarter, in terms of layoffs, lack of investment? When did we, the consumers, start to see this?
So I think we're going to start to slowly see that happen over the second and third quarter and beyond if we continue to have this level of economic policy uncertainty. I think having that lack of visibility for so many companies just leads them in this direction. And if we go through the ISM surveys, what you see over and over again is references to uncertainty and how it really has become quite heightened this year.
What's so weird is that some companies talk about uncertainty like DHS, and then other companies say, no, we're standing by our guidance. And then other companies are like, here's my fan chart of like all the different scenarios. It's really odd.
Well, I wonder if like some are using it as an excuse, like, companies do like the weather.
Mm-hmm. But weather could be real, and also it could help explain. It could be both. Both things could be true.
And it depends on the type of company. But, I was talking to one of my industry contacts who is a department store buyer. And she said, with 30% tariffs on Chinese goods, and the vast majority of my goods are Chinese, I absolutely do not know how to price them.
Right. So
and
that's real.
Yes, and that container ship costs are going up. And we have to factor that into. So it could very well be not that dissimilar to the kind of pandemic environment we saw, where it was just container ship prices were going up and there was a real lack of understanding of how we can price this for profitability.
What department store does she buy for?
Well, I can't say.
Wow, God, I was looking for that in there. That sounds fun. Okay. Thanks a lot, Christina Hooper, Chief Market Strategist at the Man Group. I'm going to go shopping with Christina after this.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think. We're going to do that. All right, coming up.
Don't leave me, though.
No, you're done. You're going to be Paul and Alex. So I don't know what that means for you. All right, coming up, Guta Mukanda is Executive Fellow.
Don't bet against America. And if you've been listening to me, you would have been benefiting. And it's a time to buy again. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver soaps that I have. It's a great way to help support your health and wellness, but also the work that I do. All right, where are you going to get this unvarnished opinion about things? All right, most podcasters don't understand how things are made. All right, I'm telling you how an iPhone is how iPhone assembly lines work. All right, or giving you a better perspective of don't believe the fear and go into it. You go into it. You embrace the fear. That when people are fearful, that means that you want to embrace it. And when you embrace it in the financial markets, you're going to benefit in the long run. It's almost similar to what Warren Buffett's strategy, but Warren Buffett is a little bit more a fundamentalist. And I'm more of a behavioralist in terms of market movements. But please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver soaps in lavender and in peppermint. I also have it in 2 other versions. You can get it in lemongrass and in charcoal tea tree. So get a few bars for your household, very high quality soaps, way better than Procter & Gamble that you typically get at your grocery store or your drugstore. Help support the work that I do and help support your health. Very high quality soaps. Also, a great supplement to take that is dual purpose is olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract is going to help bring down inflammation. That's going to help your cardiovascular system, but also your immune system. By bringing down inflammation, you're helping your immune system. If you're chronically inflamed and you have pro-inflammatory cytokines all the time and it's chronic, it's actually immunosuppressive. So what you want to do is bring that down, and then you go back to homeostasis for your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the olive leaf extract, but it also helps to improve your lipid profile. Brings down LDL levels, helps to improve your HDL levels. And with better lipid profile, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. That means you're reducing cardiovascular disease. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the olive leaf extract every day. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Click the link in the description. Takes you to my website. It's called the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all in the red right now. Concerns about tariffs. Apple shares moving lower by 2.4%. We've got the S&P down 46. That is a drop right now of just about 0.8%. Dow Industrials down 254. Decline right now of 0.6%. While the NASDAQ Composite Index is lower now by 178 points. For NASDAQ, a decline of just about 0.9%. Our Mag 7 index down 1.1%, 10-year 4.51%, the 2-year 3.96%, gold up 1.8%, 33.52 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%, 61.59 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin now at 109,760. Bitcoin lower today by just about 1.2%. Global markets rattled by President Trump's threats to impose aggressive tariffs on the European Union and Apple. Apple, as we mentioned, moving lower. Christina Hooper is with the Man Group, and she was a guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
We also have increased concerns around the creditworthiness of the U.S., just how large our fiscal deficits are going to be. All of this is likely to conspire to drive up yields on the long end, applied down.
Christina Hooper of the Man Group interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. So again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all lower. S&P down 0.8%. The discount retailer Ross Stores now plunging by 14.5%. It is pulling its full-year profit outlook because of heightened uncertainty caused by tariffs. Recapping, Apple shares lower, down 2.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get.
All right, I'm going to transition to the CNN's video on Larry Summers talking about Harvard needs to resist the tyranny of Trump. So we're going to focus on some of the mainstream media bias on this whole issue here. Now, you got to remember, Larry Summers used to be the president of Harvard and was ousted out because of wokeism. All right. Too many commercials here.
No longer allowed to enroll foreign students. It comes as the school's officials refuse to give in to the administration's policy demands. As CNN's Jeff Zeleny reports, this move could impact more than a quarter of Harvard's student body.
The Trump administration is dramatically escalating its fight with Harvard University, saying on Thursday that all international students will be banned from continuing their education at Harvard, saying all students must change their enrollment to another university or lose their legal status to be in the United States. Now, the backstory to all of this comes as the fight with Harvard began earlier this year. Initially, the
rumor is, and I don't know if it's been substantiated yet, but I did hear this from Miss Taiwan, that President Xi's child, daughter, went to or is going to Harvard. I'm not sure if it's past tense or current. And that she received a full scholarship. All right, so the President Xi from China has a child that gets a full ride at Harvard. Really? How did that happen?
Blocking some $2 billion or so in funding, federal funding to Harvard programs. This comes as the administration is trying to get Harvard to change its curriculum. They say that the university has been dominated by DEI programs, anti-Semitic protests, and the like. The White House in a statement saying this: Harvard has turned their once great institution into a hotbed of anti-American, anti-Semitic, pro-terrorist agitators. The White House says enrolling foreign students is a privilege, not a right. Harvard University, of course, pushing back strongly on this, saying the government's action is unlawful. Harvard says the retaliatory action threatens serious harm to the Harvard community, our country, and undermines Harvard's academic and research mission. So the bottom line to this is this will certainly end up in a legal proceeding add it to the list of administration proposals that have been challenged by court. But this is a lot of students we are talking about here. Some 27% of Harvard's entire student body, about 6,700 students, would fall under this. So, of course, this has a big fallout for those students already here in the U.S. as the school semester nears an end. Jeff Zeleny, CNN, the White House.
And joining us now is Harvard President Emeritus Larry Summers. He was also, of course, Treasury Secretary in the Clinton administration. Mr. Secretary, it is great to have you here. Grateful for your time. After this news came out on Thursday, you wrote on X that the Trump administration's vendetta action against Harvard is now over the top, and that it's crazy to make enemies of thousands of the most talented young people from around the world. You're saying that there needs to be due process here, but what recourse does Harvard have at the moment?
Here's the issue. There are many talented American citizens, young, talented, male, female, black, white, doesn't matter, citizens that would do well at Harvard. But those slots were taken by international students. Now, why don't we educate our own more than focus on the international community? That's one issue. Second is that our tax dollars are funding the university in the tune of $1, $2, $3 billion a year, depending on how you want to slice it. So why is the taxpayers benefiting international students and not domestic students? So that's another issue. In addition, there's a lot of international graduates at these elite institutions doing dual purpose research that can be used for nefarious purposes. Case in point, the spatial temporal data analysis of satellites with the joint venture between Wuhan University and Harvard. Well, wait a minute. The last I looked, the Navy, and by the way, the Navy's graduations today, the Naval Academy and the war planners in the Navy, they're worried about the CCP. They're worried about a naval battle in that region over Taiwan. And the Chinese trying to circumvent the hegemonic power of our naval fleet. So wait a minute, whose side is Harvard on? Is Harvard on the side of the United States, or is Harvard on the side of the CCP? So that's another dynamic that's important to keep in mind here. But I digress. Let's listen to Larry Summers, who, by the way, helped produce the catastrophe that we call Lehman by deregulating the banks, because he's such a smart guy.
We've got three branches of government in the United States, and they're independent and co-equal. The executive, that's the president. The legislative, that's the Congress. And the judicial. I cannot imagine that singling out one university as opposed to all other universities.
First of all, DHS asked multiple times, what's going on with your international students, especially with the Chinese? We're a little worried about that. Why? Well, you have agitators. The CCP may be trying to infiltrate our American universities, so we battle each other and destroy each other from within. That's one issue. The other issue is the research they're doing has military application. So why isn't Harvard playing ball with DHS? Because Harvard knows that they're going to be caught red-handed. They're going to be caught crimson-handed. That's the problem.
For sanction of this kind, and attacking that university without due process, without an indication of what specifically The problem is with a set of punishments and sanctions that are mostly going to fall on people whose fault this surely isn't. People who dreamed of coming to the United States to study, to absorb American traditions, to advance science, and now are having their lives wrecked.
I would say the majority of the ones that are going into the hard sciences, coming from an international environment, or even in domestic student, aren't wrapped up in this whole wokeism. The problem comes because money is fungible, that these tuition payments from the international students and the funding by the United States is funding these humanities programs that are pushing agendas and dividing the country. And then you layer on top of that, infiltration of the CCP trying to steal technology, get dual purpose through the 1,000 Talent Program, but also to sow the seed of disruption on American campuses. Because if there's disruption domestically, then there's less focus on what the Chinese are doing with their military and their encroachment with Taiwan. So people really need to pay attention to this. I've been stating all the way back in 2020 that COVID era, that COVID thing, that's only the first act of a multi-act thing that's happening in our history, in our contemporary history. And that is a war with China. And Harvard is in the middle of it because they need money. So they, the big donors from overseas or align themselves with certain universities that could be adversarial in developing dual purpose technology. But it's as long as it's plausible that it's for the betterment of mankind, this research, they just sweep the nefarious aspects of the research under the rug or the potentialness of it. I'll tell you, there should be no reason why Harvard is aligning themselves with Wuhan, period. But even if they are aligning themselves with Wuhan, which they are, why are they working on projects for temporal spatial satellite data? Oh, it's for agriculture. Really? Really? It couldn't be temporal spatial satellites for a war in the Pacific against the American Navy. No, that couldn't be. No.
Whole plans being taken asunder. I can't believe that is legal. And I would hope that the university will take legal action and that there'll be some kind of judicial action that sets this wrong right.
Well, let's talk about those people that you are referring to. Few people know Harvard better than you do. I want you to tell us about the international student body on campus and how they fit into the community. And is it even possible for you to imagine a Harvard University without its international students?
I can't. Harvard hasn't been that way for literally hundreds of years. I know this, the United States won World War II in no small part because of what foreign scholars at American universities did. The Manhattan Project, radar, so many other fundamental innovations. I know this, we wouldn't have met the pandemic in the way we did without all kinds of people from abroad who came to American universities and helped discover the vaccines. I know this, we wouldn't have the kind of prosperity that we have without people who were drawn to the United States by the opportunity to study at great universities like Harvard and went on to found great companies, to get patents that were the basis for pervasive innovation.
So Secretary Summers, you know, the school is in the position that it is in now because it has really stood up to the Trump administration in ways that, you know, many other elite institutions haven't. Have you agreed with the way that the school has been handling its clash with the administration?
At Frontify, we believe in the power of brand consistency.
Look, I believe there's a lot that needs to change at Harvard. There are issues about identity politics. There are issues about anti-Semitism. There are issues about not enough spectrum of views. But I believe the right course for Harvard is resist and reform. Yes, reform. But, you know, we now have a government.
So he's already admitting that there's a problem. He's already admitting. I mean, there's a, I should do a whole show on it, but there is a 311-page document that's talking about their report about anti-Semitism and the issues about anti-Israel on campus. And it goes into detail, unvarnished, very reflective of what Harvard needs to do. But a big part of it is that there are scholars within the faculty that are ultra liberal, that are pushing an anti-Israeli, anti-Semitic agenda. There's literally, they researched this, all right? And now I didn't research this, but someone told me they did, all right? That actually is affiliated, that worked at the university, all right? Taught at their university. And I believe it's in the report, but they looked into it. The university is almost 400 years old. Never in the history of the university did they have a class that actually taught the real history of Israel and the Middle East. There's not one class on it ever taught in an official capacity. What's taught, from what I heard, what's taught is that the indigenous, the Palestinians, their land was taken away by Europeans. That's it. They don't talk about the long biblical history about what's going on in Israel or in the Middle East at large, in that dynamic. And if you've been listening to me, I talk about the soul roots in Kabbalism, you know, the Kabbalistic philosophy between the soul roots of Jacob, Esau, and Ishmael, which I'm not wrong. It comes right out of the Zohar. But the point here is that Israel has never taught a true historical context of what is in Israel. The temples, you know, that were built and then destroyed. None of it. None of it. So there's the bias. Because they just think that some sort of Bedouin was just sitting there and waiting until World War I, where the Caucasians came in and started taking land away. I'm very sure that the Canaanites go way back before the Industrial Revolution in Europe. All right? So why wasn't Harvard really being honest? Well, part of it is that Harvard has always been anti-Semitic. But Harvard was also, for many years, for many years, you know, hundreds of years, against blacks or against the low income. You know, it was only an elite Caucasian, very WASP school for a very long time. But because of affirmative action, and all these things were changing. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that Radcliffe students couldn't be affiliated with, you know, typical classes within the Harvard College. because Radcliffe was for the females and they wanted to separate them. And it took a long time to actually bring Radcliffe into the Harvard University fold, where women had equal rights. It took a long time for that to happen. There were people that are still alive today that had to deal with the sexism that was taking place in the 70s while they were going to school. So Harvard has always been on the wrong side of history until they're forced to be on the right side of history. Always, always. There's never been a time where Harvard's been on the right side of history at the beginning. They've been always on the wrong side of history. So let's just keep that in mind. All right, let's continue on with Larry Summers, who gave you deregulation in the banking industry that led to Lehman.
That is trying to bring law firms that represent certain defendants it doesn't like to their knees. That is sending people out of the country, even American citizens, without any due process protections. That court after court after court has found to be in violation of the law regarding federal spending powers by cutting off what Congress has ordered.
So let's get this straight. So Harvard is basically going to the judicial branch and saying, we don't like what Trump's saying because we still want the money from the CCP. We don't like what Trump's saying because we still want to do dual purpose technology that could be used for a military application with the CCP. That's what's happening here, guys. Wake up. Wake up.
This is the beginnings. It's not all the way there. It's all wrong to compare this to Hitler and say some of the overheated things that people say. But these are steps away from democracy and towards tyranny. And if an institution with all Harvard's resources, an endowment of more than $50 billion.
That $50 billion is overstated, according to Bill Ackman. And I trust Bill Ackman on this.
All its prestige, its incredible network of alumni, presidents, Nobel Prize winners, chief executive officers.
Most Nobel Prize winners and the chief executive officers, they were they cut their teeth at a different university. In most cases, most Nobel Prize winners that ended up being affiliated with Harvard, it was after the fact. They did their research somewhere else, and then they were brought in because they became famous and they wanted a famous person as a professor. Let's get real. Let's get real, President Larry Summers.
Great artists. If Harvard can't resist these steps towards tyranny, who can? So I salute our current president, Alan Garber, for his courage. And
like I said, Garber isn't paying attention. You go against the grain of Trump, you're only hurting yourself. And so the donor base is going to decline. The funding by the government is going to decline. And I'm positive that this commencement is going to be a free-for-all. It's going to be anti-Trump. It's going to be pro-Palestinian. It's going to be, save our international students and yada, yada, yada. On taxpayer dollars, on American taxpayer dollars. Harvard thinks that they can behave like this and continue on getting an annuity in the tune of $1 or $2 billion a year.
Steadfastness, and I believe we are doing what is right, what is necessary, and is just.
They said the same thing when they aligned themselves with the King of England during the Revolution. Harvard aligned themselves with the King of England during the Revolution. They didn't align themselves with George Washington until George Washington's troops forced entry into the university. They've always been wrong on the side of history. And not only that, to add insult to injury, the whole game plan of Vietnam, the Vietnam War, came right out of Harvard. The whole game plan, all of it, came right out of Harvard. You can thank the Vietnam fucking war because of Harvard.
Immensely important to the American future.
Larry Summers, thank you so much for sharing your very unique perspective on this story with us.
Thank you.
But unfortunately, she didn't remind the audience that he was so smart about economics that he believed in deregulating investment banks and commercial banking to allow for speculative trading that led to Lehman. The repealing of Glass-Steagall led to Lehman. And so many people lost their homes. So many people got laid off. So many people lost their retirement savings. But no one really wants to call off Larry Summers and how he fucked up the economy. And we literally are still feeling the aftershocks of that with QE1 and QE2, QE3, QE4, QE to infinity until COVID happened and that the interest rates started to go up. If you look at the data sets, especially the yield curves, you'll know what I'm talking about. The Federal Reserve was in zero bound because of Lehman, and it was having a hard time getting out of zero bound. And actually, interest rates going up is actually beneficial for the Federal Reserve because it gives them a little bit of runway or a shock absorber if they need to lower rates. Can't lower rates when you're at zero bound. But of course, you have, unfortunately, what happens is you have newscasters that don't ask real questions, and nor do they have the real understanding of the historical context. All right, let's go to CNN again.
Big ideas.
Harvard is hitting back at the Trump administration with a new lawsuit following the government's ban on international admissions to the university. The school now asking a judge to immediately block the move by the department.
Now think about this. If Trump is right, and he's trying to shine a light on a university or universities that were part of aligning themselves with the CCP and with Wuhan and dual purpose technologies, maybe he's trying to stop that conduit. Maybe he's trying to stop that transfer. Maybe he's trying to stop the 1,000 talent program. Why doesn't people like Larry Summers or Garber state, you know what? The United States needs to be concerned about infiltration of potential enemies like the CCP. No, they're afraid to say that because they need the money from these governments to fund their programs. And not only that, there are students that are sowing the seeds of disruption. I am not joking. I saw with my own eyes communistic posts that were on the bulletin board in Seaver Hall when I was taking my coursework there. All right. I had several lectures in Seaver Hall. And on the bulletin board, there were posts of communist, gatherings for the student body. There's a communist movement at Harvard. You think that's a good idea? You really think that's a good idea? Well, there's free association and free speech and it's protected and yeah. But what if the CCP is actually infiltrating the university and getting dual purpose technology? And getting a degree from Harvard on top of it. Most likely through a scholarship that your $1 billion or $2 billion grant paid for.
of Homeland Security. Under the order, those students already enrolled must now transfer to another school or lose their legal status here in the United States, something one Chinese student describes as devastating. Listen.
So basically it's a mixture of like shock, then to kind of just,
devastation, like frustration, and then uncertainty, anxiety. It's a combination of all of those feelings, I would say, among students in the community right now.
Department of Homeland Security Secretary.
I don't feel bad. You know why? Because I almost got kicked out of Harvard because of what I was saying about the crisis in 2020. Yeah. I don't fucking feel bad.
Christy Domes.
And it's these fuckers with this whole USA CCP virus that led to the huge destruction in the economy and in our health and wellness.
The order comes after Harvard refused to turn over records of foreign students, and she warns other universities should take notice. Let's bring in CNN crime and justice correspondent Caitlin Polans. She's here with me in the Situation Room. Caitlin, what more can you tell us about this lawsuit?
Well, Wolf, this may be the big one. The administration of Donald Trump versus one of the most significant cultural institutions in the United States, academic institution, Harvard University. This is a case where Harvard says what the administration has already done yesterday by revoking its ability to have foreign students as part of its programs on campus, that it is an immediate and devastating effect to this university. They say there are more than 7,000 students on their campus with visas, many of them expecting to come back to campus in the summer and fall semesters, starting now, essentially, starting in the next couple weeks, in the next couple months, and that the immediate effect.
There is at least, out of that 6,793, there are about 10 that you got to worry about. Nefarious activities are going on that could lead to potential problems with national security. About 10. But the thing is that the Harvard is willing to do a deep dive. So Trump's saying, fuck it. Pull them all out.
It's going to be on academic programs, research laboratories, clinics, and courses that Harvard has. They say there's going to be thrown into disarray. And if Harvard loses its ability to have international students, if they must either transfer out of the university or leave the United States, which they say that's what the effect is right now, without international students, quote, Harvard is not Harvard.
Oh, that means that they're not getting the money from international bodies, not being puppet mastered by international bodies. You can get domestic students, American citizens of all races, genders, and all this, do that research, be a part of the Harvard community, and move the society forward. This bullshit that you have to have international students or the research doesn't continue is total horseshit. Total horseshit.
This suit is very fast moving. The administration is saying that they should be able to do this because allowing a university to enroll foreign students is a privilege, not a right. The administration is very unhappy with Harvard over.
There's about 57,000 people. 50,000, around 57. The last number I saw was 57,000 students applying to Harvard annually. All right. Only 1,900 get in. Now they give acceptance letters of more than that, but not everybody accepts. All right. But 1,900 and something seats for the Harvard College out of 57,000 people that apply. And most of that 5,700 aren't just Hail Mary passes. Those are really good students that have a lot of ability. All right. Most of them are domestic students. Not all. Some of them are international, but the bulk are domestic. They could easily fill those seats with domestic, very capable American citizens. And people need to pay attention to that.
Balance of having protests on its campus, things like that. The Department of Homeland Security does have a statement in response to the lawsuit so far. They say this lawsuit seeks to kneecap the president's constitutional vested powers under Article 2. What that means, the president's the president. He should be able to do what he wants here on visas, immigration, even related to this university. Harvard, in response, says this retaliatory action threatens serious harm to the Harvard community and our country and undermines Harvard's academic and research mission. Their argument in court is that it's a constitutional encroachment of their ability to decide what their curriculum is and what they do as a university. This has, just a few minutes ago, I just looked, already been assigned to a judge, Judge Allison Burroughs. She's an Obama appointee on the federal court in Massachusetts, and we are waiting to see exactly what happens next. There could be a lot here, a lot quickly.
As soon as you're here, let us know. This is obviously a very significant development. And when we're talking about foreign students now being barred from attending Harvard University, according to the Trump administration, we're talking about foreign students from all over the world, not just from China or from India, but from friendly allied countries in Europe or even Israel, for example. No more Israeli students would be allowed to go to Harvard, right?
That's true. That's very true. But the thing is that Harvard should have played ball with DHS and found out who were the instigators and who were the potential students that may be part of the 1,000 talent program. We got a problem with the CCP, and people need to wake up. And the CCP is smart. They've infiltrated these universities.
And the way that Harvard describes it, it's literally everybody with an F1 or a J1 visa. So the students that are coming in and studying there, they say it also doesn't just affect those people on campus, more than 7,000, Harvard says, but it also affects their families, their children, more than 300 people that they say are now in immediate jeopardy and have to make a choice. And we've already heard, as there was that student at the that you referred to earlier that was speaking, that they are very, very horrified about what is happening here.
Yeah, they can't believe this is happening here in the United States of America. All right, Caitlin Polans, thank you very much for that update. As soon as you get word from the court, let us know the latest on that. Right now, we're joined by the former president of Harvard University. He was the president for 5 years, Larry Summers. Larry, thanks so much for joining us. I know you call this move by the Trump administration against Harvard, and I'm quoting you now, the stuff of tyranny. And you say Harvard must start resisting. The university just announced it's suing to try to block this order from the Trump administration. How would you respond if you were still leading Harvard?
University's doing just the right thing. This is extortion. It's a vendetta using all powers of the government because of a political argument with Harvard. It is violating the First Amendment. It is also violating all the laws we have regarding administrative procedures. Look, Wolf, I've been on your show many times, and I've often been critical of Harvard on aspects relating to identity politics, anti-Semitism, and much more. But that's not what this is about. This is about a vicious attack to pursue a personal agenda. And the consequences, whether it's students who are dissidents from tyrannies who are going to be sent home and possibly be imprisoned, whether it's labs that are fighting cancer and diabetes that are going to lose key people, whether it's...
Like I said, the United States roughly gives about $100 billion in research funding. A little bit more depending on how you slice the categories, but about 100 billion, all right? There's about 350 or so, 327 universities that are R1 or R2 Carnegie Research Classification. 327, maybe 350. There's an additional 150 more. So there's over 500 universities in the United States that are very high quality research institutions. Ivy League is only 8. Ivy League Plus, you add another 20. So you have about about 30 universities that are, quote, the elite. All right. But the bulk of the research, quality research that leads to new discoveries, is coming from non-Ivy League or Ivy League plus. Harvard gets about $1 billion of research funding each year for scientific endeavor on top of their other grants. All right. So about 1 billion out of the 100 billion. Now that's 1% of the pie annually. Harvard publishes peer-reviewed research annually about 10,000 papers a year. There's 290,000 papers that are published annually by these research institutions. So around 300,000. Harvard only publishes 10,000 of them. The bulk of the research in funding and in publication is non-Ivy League or Ivy League plus. That's a fact. So when people say that these really important researchers that are not going to be researching at Harvard is going to change things, you are literally talking about less than 10,000 papers out of a universe of 300,000 papers that are published annually. Now, when you look at it from that context, it's not that big of a deal. It's not going to hurt cancer research. It's not going to hurt diabetes research. Those are the facts. But no one wants to dive in to the details, the nuances, to understand that their argument is bullshit.
1,000 people, some small fraction of whom are going to go on to be prime ministers of countries who've been turned into enemies of the United States. Whether it is the way in which America is seen when it expels people whose dream was to come to Harvard to study, this is madness. You know, the president and his administration have made a big deal, and they've been right, about Israel and anti-Semitism. Sending every Israeli student out of Harvard is much more discriminatory against Israelis and is much more discriminatory against Jews than anything they have complained about. I have thought I was done being surprised by how low the Trump administration would go, but I am surprised by what has happened. I am proud of Harvard's president, Alan Garber, for his leadership and for this lawsuit. If we are a country of law, and I deeply believe we still are, Harvard will prevail in this lawsuit, and I hope and trust it will prevail quickly. Think about the family.
Think about it as DHS is saying, hey, give us information about your international students. Are they causing havoc on campus, or are they part of a CCP operation? And they're not willing to comply. That means that Harvard thinks that they're above our national security. That's the crust of what this is about.
Coming from all over the world for our graduation a week from now, people being stopped at airports, people who devoted their lives to making it possible for their kids to go to Harvard and to see them graduate, now being told that somehow this is all being stopped because of a vendetta against Harvard. I'm sorry, I just can't quite believe that this is happening in the United States.
It certainly is hard to believe. One international Harvard student, Larry, says he and other foreign students are now feeling, and I'm quoting now, pure panic. Now, you're the former president of Harvard University. What message do you have for them, for those students who are now being kicked out of the United States?
everyone at Harvard has your back. We are going to fight in every way we can in the courts with the support that can be provided financially to make this work for you. The President of the United States is a very tough enemy, and so we can't promise what every result is going to be, but know that there are things where there's argument and division in the university. Opposition to this is not something where there is any division. And I think that I am still hopeful that justice and common sense will prevail.
China says this ban will only tarnish America's image and reputation around the world. And on Chinese social media, people wrote things like, quote, "It's fun to watch them destroy their own strength, and recruiting international students is the main way to attract top talent." What kind of long-term damage could this move have on the U.S.?
Look, we have always thought that a huge strength of the United States was what my late colleague Joe Nye called soft power, the power of our example. The fact that people from all over the world didn't want to go study in China, they wanted to go study in the United States. The fact that the books, the movies, the songs, that we were the technologies, that we were the source. Our very best to undo that when we emulate Chinese totalitarianism, where the government is censoring and stomping on universities. We are ceding one of our greatest advantages. I cannot imagine a greater strategic gift that we could be giving to China, that we could be giving to the enemies of freedom around the world.
Beach days shouldn't include change order. I disagree. I totally disagree. I think we need to be more forceful about the CCP infiltration. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the these deodorants, these very high quality deodorants. It's a dual purpose, all right? You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. It'll help to detoxify your body. You're using it as a deodorant. It's for males and females. Get a couple bars for your household. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality deodorants. But it's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. And it's going to help to detoxify your body. And you're using it as a deodorant. So get a couple bars for your household. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right, let's talk about neurohealth for a second. Neurohealth is really important once you turn age 40. So if you're 40 years of age or older, you need to follow this advice. Get ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. Most people that are taking CoQ10, you're taking the wrong type. You need to take the ubiquinol. Ubiquinol, most bioavailable form of CoQ10. You can't buy anything better than this. So taking ubiquinol is going to soak up those free radicals. It's going to reduce stress on the cell. It's also going to help with the mitochondrial health. So your ATP is going to go up. Your cell's going to perform better. But it also is neuroprotective. So it's going to help to protect your neurons. And by protecting your neurons, that means you're going to sleep better. You're going to think better. You're going to have better memory. You're going to have better neuroplasticity. Really important. Not just that. Good neural health also helps with motor coordination. Not just thinking, but motor coordination. And you have different neurons, your peripheral neurons, controlling your muscles, controlling the ends of your muscles, and those feedback loops that are taking place. And this is the reason why it's so important to do cardio, resistance training, stretching, and balancing exercises to activate all these different types of neuron circuitry. So please go to my store and get the ubiquinol, but stack it also with the NAD+. NAD+, really important, boosts up energy levels. NAD+ helps to repair DNA damage. Hint, hint, really important. And NAD plus also helps to protect your neurons. Stack it together. And this is a powerful neuroprotective stack for you. And again, protecting your neurons is super important once you turn age 40. So please go to my store, take these supplements. These stack really well also with C60. So stack the NAD plus and the ubiquinol all together, add C60 if you'd like to, and that's going to help with your neural health. Bring down those free radicals, boost up those energy levels, and repair your DNA damage. We're in the allergy season in the United States, and it's very important to pay attention to what I have to say. Why? Because I'm right. So taking structural nanosilver drops and lozenges are going to help you mitigate the irritation in your throat during the cold season, during the allergy season, or even if you have poor air quality. So take the structural nanosilver lozenges or drops. What I have in my hand is the blueberry version of the drops. You get 100 in each bag for the drops. The drops are a little bit smaller than the lozenges. You can also get it in honey and lemon and in cherry flavor. All right, go to my store, get those drops, but also get the elderberry zinc lozenges. They're a little bit larger. You get 21 in each bag, but they're very high quality, mitigate that irritation right away. And by doing that, you're creating the secretions, you're protecting the epithelial lining and that mucosal barrier, and you're boosting up your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the lozenges and the drops. The moment you have that irritation, take them right away. Make sure you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need them, but take it right away once you have that irritation. Very important to mitigate it. All right, let's play Bloomberg's side to this issue.
We wouldn't settle for bait, man. When
Come on, Baitmobile, don't die on me now. And joining us now is former U.S. Treasury Secretary and Harvard University President Emeritus Larry Summers. Larry, good morning from the Asia Pacific. Thank you for joining us today. We've seen your posts on social media. Take us through what you're thinking right now and your reaction to this.
This is vicious. It is illegal. It is unwise. And it is very damaging. Why does it make any sense at all to stop 6,000 enormously talented young people who want to come to the United States to study from having that opportunity? Why is punishing them the right thing to do? What due process has attended this action against the university? The United States won World War II because of people who came to be at American universities. They invented radar, they invented the atomic bomb, and much else. Why is cutting off that kind of interchange sensible for our economy or for our national security? If the Trump administration has an objection to something Harvard is doing with respect to foreign students, let it pursue the specifics of that objection through the processes of law. But simply throwing 6,000 students out and denying the many thousands of students abroad who have dreamed of coming to study at Harvard that opportunity because they're angry about a fight on other issues, that is not the way we do things in a democratic country like the United States. I am just appalled that we would have an administration that would contemplate actions of this kind. If I had been a member of an administration where such unlawful orders had come from the White House, I would have resigned immediately. This is part of what they have been doing. It's blatantly illegal. for the President of the United States to intervene in the affairs of an individual taxpayer. And that's what he did with respect to Harvard's tax status. It's blatantly illegal to pursue civil rights claims against someone without any kind of due process. Look, I have been sharply critical of Harvard on a whole range of issues.
Builders don't use hammers.
We use keyboards.
We build systems.
There is much that needs to be different, but that does not justify the sledgehammer approach that this administration is taking to what is vital and delicate machinery, our greatest universities. I just don't know what to say.
And Larry, I think you make a very good point earlier on that if there is a problem, let's let the law take its course. Is it clear to you at this point in time what the specific legal violations Harvard may have committed here?
No, and I'm not at all confident, and rather doubt that there were any legal violations. It isn't Harvard's idea that there's privacy associated with student records. It's federal law that there's privacy protections for students who study at a university like Harvard. So I suspect that any legal violations being claimed here are pretextual and are pretext, not a reflection of reality. I don't know everything that goes on, so I can't know that for certain. But Harvard has a clear necessity right now. Resist and reform. Resist because this is the stuff of tyranny. And if an institution like Harvard with a $52 billion endowment, with the staggering network of alumni that we have, if it can't resist these kinds of movements towards tyranny, I don't know what other American institution will be able to do that. So Harvard must start by resisting. But God knows, to say that it should resist is not to say that there are not enormous needs for reform in our university, but not this way and not with these people directing what is happening. That is law, that is decency.
Resist. What are you hearing, Larry, from your circle of contacts about what the school's potential next steps are or should be? Two separate questions, I guess.
I don't know what they'll be, and just to be clear for all your listeners, I am a professor at Harvard now, but I do not speak for the university. I would think that there are legal actions that we can take to block any sanctions being levied immediately on our students. And I expect that there will be appropriate legal actions taken. Certainly, I'm uncomfortable living in a country where this kind of effort, where you single out one university, which the president has condemned on political grounds for major punishment, and then you punish it in a way that didn't involve due process and that doesn't involve any tailoring of the sanction to whatever specific you are concerned about. That's not the kind of country we want to live in. The reason we have independent branches of government, an executive branch, a legislative branch, and in this context, crucial, a judicial branch of government, is so that the judicial branch of government can stop this.
And in the meantime, while we I guess, see how the chips fall in while we figure things out. Professors, students, parents, school officials, I would imagine, are thinking about what they do now. And from just a practical perspective, existing foreign students at Harvard must transfer is one of the orders. How does that work practically, Larry?
I hope and trust that it's not going to come to that. I hope and trust that there will be legal actions that will be taken that will enable those students, many of whom dreamed for their whole lives of coming and having the opportunity to study at Harvard because they saw Harvard as a symbol of what was the best of America. Clear thinking, understanding the world we live in so as to make it better. Great, not everybody's great, but many people are. Scholars seeking truth. They dreamed of coming to
Book on dollar.com to get our lowest rates.
Why are you in my house?
When we started using ShareFile, we discovered lots of other really amazing things that build the value.
Harvard. And I just pray that we as a country, through our judicial branch of government, find a way of enabling that dream to be lived. Because if we don't, we are going to be sending a symbol, a signal to the world that we are no more committed to what is free than the nations we label as our adversaries. And that would just be an incredible tragedy. I myself will be prepared to do everything I can to support the many brilliant, America-loving foreign students who I have the great privilege to work with. And
the problem is you have domestic and foreign students that raised a Palestinian flag over John Harvard in the Harvard Yard during their encampment. And that was the spot where the American flag is flown. Now, you think that is American loving? Quite the opposite. President Larry Summers.
I just know that so many of my colleagues will be prepared to do that. And I hope and trust that this will work out. But I have not seen so ill-conceived and vengeful an action involving universities in all the time that I have been involved in higher education.
Larry, just very quickly here, what do you think this does to the international reputation of the school? And do you suspect this will lead overall to a drop in international student applicants to U.S. universities?
I think we are doing our very best as a country to help British higher education, Australian higher education, New Zealand higher education in the rest of the world. We are taking what's been the pride of our country. It exports vastly more than it imports. It has contributed so much to our economic strength. We are destroying it, and it is a devastating self-inflicted wound.
All right. That is the news from Bloomberg and CNN about that subject matter. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. This has no fluoride. It'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with your gum health, reduce inflammation at the gum line, and reduce plaque formation. Now, this toothpaste is the best toothpaste that you can buy. There's nothing that you can buy better. You can try to look and you won't find anything better than this. please go to my store, get a few tubes of this for your household. Very important to use every day. And with this toothpaste, it is going to provide the good oral hygiene. And good oral hygiene is going to help reduce cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. Really important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. Get a few tubes of this for your household. Will support my work and help support your health. Now let's talk about structural nano silver gel. I have two types. You can get it in the tube form or in the quick dispenser form. Structural nano silver gel is a multi-purpose product. It's going to help repair your skin, so you can use it as a skincare. You can use it as an aftershave. You can also use it if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well. Put it on your hands, around your ears, around your eyes, around your nose, around your mouth. Lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Really important to take if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well. In addition, there are some, you can use it if you have a lot of drainage. Let's say you have a cold and you have a lot of drainage. You can put the structural nano silver gel in your nostrils, lightly coat. It'll help to prevent that drainage. It'll also reduce that soreness and help you breathe at night, because it'll help to dry up that drainage and it'll allow you to breathe a little bit better. So that's a little trick. Another trick is if you're in an environment where the air quality is poor, you want to lightly coat your nostrils with the structural nano silver gel, and that's going to help to capture some of those minute particles and allow you to breathe a little bit better and reduce that irritation that could be in your nasal cavity. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver gel. Very important. Now, before we continue, it's really important to have a good base for your health protocol. And taking a multivitamin is very important as that foundational base. This multivitamin is easy to digest, and it's going to be the multivitamins that you need as cofactors for enzymatic activity, so your cell performs the way it needs to. Very important. So take this multivitamin, easy to digest, as a foundational part of your protocol. Now, another part of the foundational part of your protocol is taking a good probiotic. I have two types, a powdered version and a veggie cap version. The veggie cap version is this one here in my hand. It also has turmeric in it to bring down inflammation. But I also have a powdered version. I prefer to take the powdered version because I take a lot of different powders like Gladiator Barley and Boomer Boost and the collagen, the lignans. So it's just easier for me to take during my lunch. And I haven't had my lunch yet and I'm hungry. So get the probiotic, all right? Either the powdered version or the veggie cap version. And that's going to help with your gut biome. That's going to improve your immune system at the gut level. It's going to improve the mucosal lining and increase your concentrations of IgA, which is an antibody that is really important for gut health. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to have better metabolism. You're going to have better communication between your gut and your liver. You're going to have more consistent stool. And you're going to have a better communication between your gut and your brain. You're going to be able to think more clearly, sleep better. Your skin will improve. So there is creating this foundational piece of the protocol by taking the probiotic and the multivitamin. That will allow for you to add and slowly reduce that inflammation, slowly bring your body back into homeostasis, and also slow down that aging process. See, aging is tied to a lot of different things. Reduced energy levels because your mitochondrial health is going down. So to fight that, you want to boost up that mitochondrial health. boost up that cellular metabolism and improve that ATP level. Another is atrophying of your muscles. You want to do resistance training and build muscle. Another part of aging is neuroplasticity starts to decline. Your positive neuroplasticity declines. The connections of your dendritic, the dendrites, your dendritic connections between your different neurons starts to recede. So that when you age, you're thinking slower, your memory is poor. But if you improve, you have better neuroplasticity, positive neuroplasticity, you have more dendritic connections, then you're going to think better and you're going to have better memory. You're going to be able to coordinate your body better, especially if you build muscle and you activate those neurons. So there's ways to slow down the aging process. Another thing is methylation of your genes. You slow down the methylation of your genes, you're slowing down the aging process. If you're getting rid of senescent cells, your tissues that can regenerate, that have adult stem cells, you're actually improving the average age of the tissue. So a lot of people don't realize this. You may be, let's say, 40 years old, but your brain could be 50 years old. Your heart could be 25 years old. Your liver could be 80 years old. It all depends on the health of the organ and the tissues that make up that organ. And if you target different systems, you can actually improve the age of these different systems. So there is no one real age. If you really want to get into the details of this, there is no one age. When someone says, how old are you? There's a calendar age, there's a chronological age. But when it comes to actually a biological age, there's no one number. Because your different systems, your different organ systems actually can be aged differently based on telomere lengths, based on methylation, based on overall health. That's a key thing to keep in mind. And that's the reason why when you build these health protocols that you're focusing on systems that are important to focus on, to be able to have more vitality and slow down that aging process. So hopefully you learned a little bit about that. All right, let's go to Bloomberg. They're talking to Bassett about G7 concerns with China imbalance.
U.S. treasuries. Can you have a rebalancing, for example, with China or with Europe for that matter, that doesn't necessarily raise the yield on treasuries because there are less dollars overseas to be invested in U.S. treasuries?
Oh, sure. I mean, these balances weren't always like this. In 2000, before the China shock, we've historically had big inflows into treasuries. But what used to happen was in the old days, trade would come in and then we would sell the other country a GM. Now we are selling them either a treasury bond, private equity, or Google stock. And that has a lot of distributional problems within the U.S. So that's how we've ended up with the coast or Wall Street doing very well, middle of the country, manufacturing being gutted. So, I think it's the composition of the flows coming back in. And then, as you mentioned, I think we can see more bond buying by U.S. citizens, U.S. institutions. But the other thing that I will say is, I have access to the data, and we've actually been seeing foreign national entities, whether it's reserve managers, sovereign wealth funds, or pension funds, have been buying more treasuries in the latest auctions.
So when we talk about trade, we talk about goods, sometimes services. What about capital flows and how capital flows work? There seems to be a movement in parts of the world toward stopping capital flows. I mean, we've had Macron in France say Europe can make it on its own. We've had Australia take certain actions requiring pension plans to invest domestically. Are we moving toward autocracy?
I don't think we have to. There's certainly nothing the U.S. is doing to prevent capital flows. We, except for strategic products, high value tech products. The rest, we want smooth capital flows globally. Could we see more people being more nationalistic? Maybe. But, again, as we saw with these trillions of dollars from these Middle East countries coming into the U.S., the U.S. is the premier destination for capital. We are working we can on
build
that.
new products faster,
And, David,
improve security.
The money coming back into the bond. A lot of it's going to come back in the form of foreign direct investment, which is actually more stable kind of investing.
Let's talk about the dollar for a second and where the dollar is. I've seen some charts actually about the nominal value of the dollar versus purchasing power parity. And in fact, that there's been a growing difference between those, where the nominal value is well above PPP. I mean, almost at historical levels. From your experience with markets, does that have to correct itself? Does that mean the dollar's overvalued?
It doesn't have to mean it's overvalued, and lots of times that levels can stay, versus PPP, which is just an academic measure. Many currencies stay above their PPP equilibrium for a long period. And David, I can tell you that when I look at the amount of innovation going on in the U.S. vis-a-vis the rest of the world, everybody wants to come here.
So as you look forward,
even the
what
international
is the thing that
students
worries you the most?
That we are not able to, that somehow our agenda gets slowed down. That whether it's the courts, whether it's the Democrats, that's really what worries me the most.
And on deregulation, how long will it take till we actually see it in productivity?
Well, I think we're going to see it in the economic numbers in the third and fourth quarter.
In the third and fourth quarter of this year.
Yep.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, because again, that when you ask me what worries me is this. We need this substantial permitting reform, that we aren't able to build things, that we have, because of this AI boom, we're becoming the AI superpower. Well, that's going to take a lot of electricity. So you're going to need energy pipelines. You're going to need transmission. And the fact that that it takes 3, 6, 7 years for the permitting. So what worries me is that somehow we get bogged down in a legal morass, because this administration is really trying to get America back to building again.
One of the things that people are interested in is the sovereign wealth fund. I remember, actually, as I recall, seeing President Trump sign an executive order with you in the Oval Office, and talking about it at the time. Where does that stand right now? Because some people say, if you're really going to try to build the wealth of the United States, you're better off cutting the deficit than borrowing money to put it in a sovereign wealth fund.
Yeah, I think the president decided that it's on pause while we work on everything else that we're doing now. So, and he said the other day that we'll probably spend more time paying down debt. He is laser focused on paying down debt.
And you're prepared, if it doesn't go the way you want it to do other adjustments to make sure we are paying down the debt? Because some people are a little skeptical.
Well, again, David, let's talk about can you grow the denominator faster than the numerator? Like the reason we got here was, think about taking out a home mortgage. It's fine if the value of your house is stable or growing faster than the debt. What's happened is, that previous administrations took out a big mortgage. We didn't grow our way out of it. Now, I actually think that there is a chance that we can constrain the spending, up the growth, and that changes the trajectory. Because, going back to this CBO scoring, which is alien to anything that makes sense, that if you cut taxes, they still score growth at 1.7, 1.8%. If we raise taxes, and if this tax bill didn't go through, it would be the biggest tax hike in history, then growth stays at 1.8%. So, I think that we can accelerate growth here. So, my worry would be that somehow there is a glitch and the tax bill did not get passed soon enough. So, I would encourage our colleagues in the Senate to push for the July date that Leader Thune has.
Last question. Growth is critical to your approach and the president's approach. What growth are we talking about? What are you projecting and when? Because right now we're not close to 3% growth.
Look, I think we can get to 3% pretty quickly.
Well, okay. How quickly is pretty quickly? Months, quarters, years?
Quarters.
In quarters, we'll be at 3%, you believe?
Yes.
Sustainable.
Yeah. Look, I think we were in the middle of, as I talk to industry, this U.S. innovation edge, we are starting to see real productivity increases like no other country is. I think with the deregulation, with the certainty from taxes, and with this full expensing, which from 2018, 2019, going into COVID, for the industrial economy, really gave it big impetus. So, I'm expecting that by, certainly by this time next year, we will be north of 3, and that we will be turning the corner toward the end of the year.
Mr. Secretary, I can't thank you enough for being here. Really appreciate it. The United States.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This collagen is a multi-purposed supplement. You get a big scooper, you mix it with filtered water or a smoothie or even soft foods. Take it every day. It's going to help with your skin, your hair, your nails, also your musculature, your joints, and your bones. So please go to my store, take this collagen every day, do resistance training, and improve your health. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, I want to talk about a stack here that's going to improve your cellular metabolism and help with your cardiovascular health. So omega-3, very important, brings down inflammation, helps to prevent clotting, and it will help bring down those LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So you're going to improve your lipid profile. By reducing LDL oxidation, you're reducing plaque formation. So taking omega-3 every day is very important. Now, vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex will help your mitochondrial health. The first 4 B vitamins will help with the mitochondria. It's going to boost up those energy levels. It's going to improve your cellular metabolism with vitamin B complex. And vitamin B12 helps to protect neurons. Really important to take this if you're age 40 or older. So please go to my store, stack the omega-3 and the vitamin B complex together, help with your cardiovascular health, your cellular metabolism, and your neurons. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos.
Team U.S. economists, great to see you both here and welcome. Stuart, I'm going to start with you on some of the economic headlines that we heard from Scott Bessent. Very optimistic on the outlook for the deficit. Has he talked to Moody's recently? Has he talked to, you wonder if some of the many people in Washington are concerned about this ballooning deficit and what it will mean for the future of our economy?
It's interesting. One of the reasons why Scott Bessent is in his office on 15th in Pennsylvania is because the bond market viewed his potential nomination so favorably, and President Trump took his cues from the bond market. It seems as though not only has Bessent not spoken to Moody's, but he isn't taking his cues from the bond market either, with a 30-year rising over 5% this week. I think that when you break down what the one big beautiful bill looks like, and you discount the potential for DOGE cuts to materialize in any significant way, and you keep in mind that we're likely to see relief from the current tariff regime, we are on an unsustainable fiscal trajectory. And while the Secretary of the Treasury has acknowledged previously that one of his major jobs is to be the U.S. government's bond salesman around the world, it does sort of ignore fiscal reality to just say that all is fine and well.
Let's hear from the Treasury Secretary talking about the certainty that will come from tax permanence. And remember, there is an effort in the Senate to not only extend but make permanent the Trump tax cuts along with other provisions. Here's what he told David Weston a short time ago.
Everyone's talking about, oh, there's not enough certainty now. Well, what I can tell you is this permanence is going to give great certainty. And I think the scoring, you and I have talked about it quite a bit. It's Washington-style scoring, and it's not real-world scoring. What I am concerned about, or have been concerned about, are we controlling expenses? Yes. Are we going to grow the economy and accelerate the economy and stabilize and then bring down the total debt to GDP? And I think this bill does a great job of that.
To Laura Davison, on the political side of this, Laura, it's great to see you. They're putting all their eggs in this basket here. If we do not see deficit reduction, actual reduction in the national debt, what is the political liability?
It could be huge. We saw that with the reaction from the bond market saying that they do not love this one big beautiful bill. And really what we see in the House that passed this week and now goes to the Senate, where some of those Medicaid cuts, some of those spending cuts that House conservatives wanted in the bill are likely to get rolled back, which means that any product that the Senate puts out will have even more deficit impact than the House version did. We're still waiting to get some of the final scores from the congressional scorekeepers on exactly how much this bill costs, but it's going to be somewhere north of $2 trillion, even with all those spending cuts. And on the economic growth point, Bessent was very clear that this bill will provide a lot of economic growth combined with deregulation. But the Congress's number crunchers came out yesterday and said that all of the tax cuts, $3.8 trillion of tax cuts, will only produce about $100 billion worth of economic growth over the decade. So these are really a cost and not much on the positive side of the ledger.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I'm curious your thoughts, Stuart, on the crazy CBO scoring, as the Treasury Secretary put it here. He returned to the theme of growth repeatedly. Pay no attention to debt and deficits because the economy is going to be growing, and the CBO doesn't factor that in, what they call dynamic scoring. Does he have a point?
Not really. I'm totally with Laura here. She's exactly right on the numbers from CBO. If you also then look at, let's say, Penn Wharton's budget model, there's effectively no gain that comes from growth. There's no gain in growth that's coming from the bill when they factor in dynamic scoring over any sort of permanent implementation of some of these TCJA extensions. There is effectively a little bit of drag. So what it really means is that the error bands around the growth estimates related to this bill are wide enough that they should assume it's basically zero. And
he said quarters, not years, though, right? When GDP will get to 3%. David said, what's the timeline? He said quarters. Are we not buying that?
No, I'm not buying that. To be brief, I'm not buying that at all.
Well, Laura, if Stuart's not buying it, are voters buying it?
Remains to be seen. The Google searches of One Big Beautiful Bill surged yesterday. What's interesting is that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, those first-term Trump tax cuts, were not popular when they first passed. Democrats were very successful in their messaging campaign, saying that this will benefit the wealthy, this will benefit corporations. Republicans heard some of that feedback, and in this bill, that's why you saw things like no taxes on tips, an extra deduction for seniors, no taxes on overtime. But Democrats are still saying, look, when you look at the data that and combined with these Medicaid cuts, food nutrition, SNAP, food stamp cuts, that overall the top 10% of household resources grow, and for the bottom 10%, household resources fall. And so that's going to be the message that you're going to be hearing as the Senate continues to debate this.
And we know that there could be even more spending in the Senate version, right? They want to make the tax cuts permanent. Stuart Paul, what would that do for growth if we added, say, another $1 trillion to the national debt?
Well, so I think that the bigger thing to keep in mind is that there gets to be a point where the interest expense of the national debt is worrisome enough that interest expense continues rising effectively at an exponential rate, and a higher financing cost in the private sector then dull the effect of growth. The stimulus that you get from running material primary or significant primary deficits, even on the order of 3%, where we currently are, we're a bit above 3% of the primary deficit, the effect of that primary deficit and its stimulus gets offset by higher financing costs for servicing the stock of the national debt. and that slows private sector growth. It's effectively just fiscal crowding out. That's, I think, where these budget models are shaking out. That is what I expect. And even if you do see tax extensions that provide some sort of additional certainty and enthusiasm for the private sector, folks are still constrained by financing costs. And I think that that's what matters. Businesses are constrained by financing costs. Expansion plans are constrained by financing costs. And so this is a moment where leaning on the idea that we're going to get stimulus in the form of extended tax cuts is not enough. You do need to see significant reductions in the national debt at some point.
Well, this has been sobering, Stuart. Laura, with regard to tariffs, what do you make of the timing today? There's apparently a meeting with the EU and the U.S. Trade Representative this afternoon. Is this just a threat?
This is
50%?
the most kind of distilled into just a couple of hours of the kind of this overall trade negotiation of the role that Trump and Bessent are playing in this.
Yeah.
Trump comes out this morning with 2 fresh threats, 25% on Apple products, 50% on EU goods. And then Bessent just a couple of hours later says, well, look, but there may be some deals coming. So you're seeing all of that play out in the market in real time. It's clear, though, that Bessent is trying to cast these threats, as particularly on EU, as sort of a way to light a fire under EU to get them moving on a deal. This has been his line, all throughout this process, is that these very high tariff rates are a negotiating tool and will pull down from there. What markets, businesses, foreign leaders are trying to figure out, though, is where's kind of this equilibrium going to fall? Everyone has sort of come to terms with the fact that 10% tariff rate is probably here to stay. But it's that question of, is it going to be 20, 30, 40?
Yeah.
And that's a huge unknown and makes, a lot of trade going from being viable to not viable.
Well, he kicked the nest again today, and so we're going to update the markets right now. And many thanks to Laura Davison and Stuart Paul. Great conversation, helping us get to the nuts and bolts of what we just heard with Scott Bessent. Let's see what Wall Street thinks. The great Charlie Pellet standing by at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, what do you see?
Right now, looking at a lot of red ahead of a long holiday weekend for a lot of people. Joe Matthew with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. Apple, the big story, something we've been talking about, with Apple now down by 2.8%. Apple dropping $5.58, all part of a broader sell-off here. We've got the S&P 500 index down 50 right now. That is a drop of 0.9%. The Dow is slumping 314, lower now by 0.8%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.1%, with the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index now down 1.3%. The 10-year at 4.49%, the 2-year 3.96%, the 30-year 5.03%. Spot gold up 2% now. Gold is rallying $67 the ounce to $33.61. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $61.48 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now lower by 2.3%. Bitcoin at $108,800. Trump Media and Technology Group, owned by Donald Trump, plans to sell investment funds tied to his agenda, including ETFs and separately managed accounts under the Truth.fi banner. Shares of DJT trading lower now by 1%. So bottom line here, down day for Wall Street. President Trump threatening a sweeping 50% tariff on the EU and a 25% levy on Apple. Apple shares, again, down by 2.7%. We've got you covered on trade and tariffs right here on Balance of Power. Right now, the S&P down 0.9%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Once again, back we go to Washington, and here is the host of our program, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, many thanks. Charlie will be back with us shortly to check on the Friday trade. With shares of Apple now down almost 3%, we're back below $200 with this threat of a tariff directly on the company here. 25% if Apple doesn't move the iPhone manufacturing to the U.S. Michael Shepard, Bloomberg Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries, with us now to specifically zero in on this issue for a couple of moments. This isn't the Friday I'm sure you were planning for, Mike. What do you make of the timing? Tim Cook, you've reported, was actually at the White House this week.
That's right. Earlier this week, he had met with the president at the White House. We don't have any details on that conversation, but we did get a sense of the direction of travel, Joe, last week. during Donald Trump's visit to the Middle East. You'll recall that I think on Thursday it was, he told reporters that he had had a conversation with Tim Cook and he wasn't very happy with the Apple CEO. He had been asking Apple and Tim Cook, with whom he had a good relationship, a cordial relationship during his first term in office, but he had asked Apple to move production that it had been planning to shift already to India to avoid tariff costs that Apple was expecting, move that to the U.S. And for Apple, this is a big undertaking.
Yeah, I talked to Mark Gurman a couple of days ago, our great reporter at Bloomberg News, who scoops everybody all the time on this. He said, pipe dream, not going to happen. Made here in the U.S. Why is it just the phone, Mike? What happens to my iPad, my AirPods, my Apple TV box, and all the rest of the stuff they make?
Well, if you think about Donald Trump and the way he views the world and trade and U.S. excellence in manufacturing, he does zero in on certain iconic products.
That's it.
You know, if you think about cars, if you think about trucks, you know, his impromptu showroom a few months ago on the White House lawn of all those Teslas, but he does gravitate toward those iconic objects and products that he can point to and be able to use to say, hey, look, we are now moving iPhone production here to the U.S. from overseas.
But he knows this isn't realistic, right? When Howard Lutnick was talking about an army of millions turning screws into iPhones, we don't do that here.
We don't do that here. And Tim Cook has been abundantly clear about that in repeated comments over the years. During his visits to China, he said he has been wowed by the high skill level of manufacturing, high tech manufacturing there, the engineering quality level, and in India as well. Here, the workforce is just structured differently, and we don't have, that kind of talent needed to be able to produce iPhones en masse at a cost that would not be exorbitant. It's understandable that Mark would be wary of trying to put a new price tag on it because it is simply, there's so many inputs. It would be so hard to quantify, Joe, because when you think about the assembly plants in China and in India, they are not just like a little factory that you would think of. They're almost whole towns. They have schools, they have gymnasiums, and then, of course, the production facilities themselves. And there are thousands and thousands of people, and it is a fully integrated effort. And it takes years to set up those supply lines, not only just for the assembly plants, but with all those other companies in the ecosystem providing those pieces. Oh, absolutely.
We've got a minute left. Donald Trump seemed to blink when he bumped into the bond market a couple of weeks ago. Apple has got to be the most widely held stock in ETFs and mutual funds. People own Apple without even knowing it in their 401k. If this continues to drop here, at what point does Donald Trump pay attention?
Well, that's a great question, Joe, because we've seen the stock market actually really on a roller coaster ride since he took office. And the bond market, though, was what he listened to in April when he decided to temporarily pull back those tariffs.
The question is, will he do it again, right? He watches the markets like we do, even though he hasn't been talking about it that much lately. Shares of Apple down, as I mentioned, almost 3%. Mike Shepard bringing us the context and the perspective we need here. Many thanks, Mike, with this latest threat here. It's not just the EU. Tim Cook's got a phone call today as well. We're going to turn back to the reconciliation debate coming up next. Patrick McHenry on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc will help with your brain function and your immune system. Very important. Magnesium is extremely important for brain function and to help with D3. D3's efficacy will go up if you have magnesium in your diet and in your supplementation. Vitamin C and magnesium, great for your immune system, your brain function, and your skin. Take them together, the magnesium and zinc, and the vitamin C and magnesium. Another great stack to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system is taking ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha root will bring down cortisol levels and help you to control your blood glucose levels. And turmeric will soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation. By taking these together, you're going to boost up your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Reduce plaque formation. By reducing inflammation, at the vascular level, you're reducing chances of micro tears in the intima of the blood vessel, and you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL by reducing inflammation. So that's really important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the ashwagandha root and the turmeric, stack them together. Really important. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. And take a look at the great product that I have on my store called the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is a high density protein. You get a big scooper. This is a month's supply. Take a scooper a day or a half a scoop. And you mix it with soft foods, milk, filtered water, or a smoothie. It'll help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. By bringing down that inflammation, that's going to help with your vascular system. It's going to help with your joints if you have arthritis, and it'll also help with your immune system. So please go to my store, get the heirloom barley, take it every day, and help to detoxify your body, bring down that inflammation, and soak up those free radicals. Now, let's take a look at some of the other breaking news that's going on. It looks like that Harvard won on the temporary injunction. I have the BBC breaking news here. Judge temporarily blocks Trump's plan to stop Harvard University's enrolling international students. So we'll see what happens. All right. Let's go to CNBC talking to Goldsby. It's a long commercial here. Sorry.
Joined this morning by Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee. Austin, good morning. Such is the world we live in that what I thought was the news I was going to ask you about has changed in the last hour to be different news I'm going to ask you about. And I want to start directly with 2 tariff announcements from the president, one that appears to be directed at Apple, another 50% tariffs on the EU. And I'm just wondering how you as a policymaker react to this kind of changing environment when it comes to big economic declarations from the White House.
Well, we had the big Fed Listens event last week at the Chicago Fed, and a whole bunch of folks from the district came in to talk about the economy. And the sort of the 2 common themes were, number 1, they hate inflation, and number 2, they want some consistency. The CEO of a construction company said for them, we're now in a put your pencils down moment where they just have to wait if every week or every month or every day there's going to be a new major announcement. They just can't take action until some of those things are resolved. So it's not surprising that's the environment that we have been in, but it does just heighten the amount of, it's more than uncertainty, it's the non-consistency that for bigger decisions, the businesses are saying that they need to have some idea that it's going to be a constant that they can count on when making the investments.
So the uncertainty is one thing. What about what's being discussed? For example, a 50% tariff on imports from the European Union. Is that a big enough thing to be a macro factor to affect policy?
That sounds like, I mean, to go to 10% was going to be the highest tariff rate that we had on the world in 90 years. To go to 50% is a completely different order of magnitude. Now, at the Fed Listens event, and when I'm out in the district, here, the Chicago district covering the Midwest is the most export and import trade tariff exposed district of all, including 4 of the top 7 highest exposure states. As they look at tariff rates that are that high, that would be really scary for the supply chain. But there was at this event an expression that maybe this is just a stepping stone and that on the back end of this thing, we could get some new deals, we could open up some new markets. Maybe this won't happen. But if every few weeks we're going to get new and larger tariffs, there was a lot of anxiety that it's going to disrupt the supply chain and kind of take us back to an environment of rising costs like the ones we experienced in 21, 22, or even with the supply disruptions of 2020.
So not to be too reductive about it, Austin, but what does it mean for policy for you when it comes to, am I willing to cut? Am I willing to hike? Do I need to stay the same? How do you put all of this into the hopper and come up with essentially what is a binary decision for you?
If they did it's sort of two parts. In the short run, we got to just wait for the dust to come out of the air. If you throw a lot of dust in the air, everything's always on the table, but I feel like the bar for me is a little higher for action in any direction while we're waiting to get some clarity. And then over the longer run, if they're putting in place tariffs that have a stagflationary impact, which is to say they slow down output by raising the cost of production while also raising prices, then that's the central bank's worst situation. That is a stagflationary where both sides of the legal mandate get worse at the same time. So I think we'll have to see how big the impacts on prices are. I know people hate inflation, and they've expressed that many times.
Yeah, Austin, a put your pencil down moment, the latest put your pencil down moment. I would think that the pencils might have already been down from what has happened since April 2nd, whenever it was. And my question was, I don't know whether we've seen the negative effects front and center from what you would have expected at that point. And I'm wondering.
I think that's an interesting observation, and it kind of goes to I've said on this program before. Remember, imported goods are only 11% of GDP in the United States. So there is a sense in which if we don't go wild, if it doesn't jump out of its 11% lane, it could be like 2018 where we had tariffs. They impacted the directly affected industries, but they didn't have a big macro effect.
I just wonder, is it still coming?
Hopefully
or could this cause it? Where is it? Is it still coming? Are we vulnerable to more shock that would definitely put us there? Or is it it's going to keep the economy just keep on going?
Yeah, well, I hope it just keeps on going and that we come back in a few months and say, hey, it was only stayed in its 11% lane. It didn't have that big of an impact. My only fear here, I shouldn't say my only fear. A fear here is, remember, the data come out with a lag. The price data come out with a 1 month lag. The GDP data come out with a 1 quarter lag. And so something might have already happened. And it's like watching last night's game on replay the next day. If you already know the outcome, you're not feeling that great about it as it's going along. So if we get multiple months like the last month where inflation is not accelerating, then I would definitely feel a lot better about it.
Hey, Austin, all of this news happening this morning, so we've completely changed the focus of what we would have been asking you about. Yields are down slightly this morning, but those higher yields that we've been watching all week, I just wonder how big of a concern that is for you, how big of a concern it is for the business leaders that you talk to along these lines. If rates are going higher, regardless of what the Fed decides to do or not do, what you think about losing control of the long end of the curve and what you think about what that means for the economy.
Look on dollar.com to get our lowest rates.
Why are you in my house?
At Frontify, we believe in the power of brand consistency. Our comprehensive hub unifies your guidelines, assets, and templates to drive stronger brand awareness. Keep your teams aligned across every location and touchpoint with intuitive guidelines and custom templates. Everyone can access the latest on-brand assets to create, collaborate, and share with Frontify, your solution for consistent branding.
Yeah, each of those is critically important. Now, the market determines the long rate conditions. As you say, the Fed, we're setting the Fed funds rate. We're looking at the short end. The long end are the conditions in the economy, and those can be causes or those can be symptoms. To the extent that the conditions are getting tighter on the long end, that does affect investment decisions, consumer durable purchases pretty directly. So I would think, want to factor that in is there going to be slowdown? At the same time, if we're going to get a big fiscal stimulus that's pushing back the other way in the short run, we have to weigh off considerations like that too.
That's what I meant, Austin, when I started off about what news I was going to ask you about, because I was going to ask you about the fiscal side. What is your take, though? And I think it's in a couple dimensions here. The first is you just responded to, which is the fiscal impulse, the stimulus that might be coming from this bill. The other, though, looks to be a financial stability question about the ability of the U.S. to finance this. How do you approach both of those questions?
Yeah, look, those are both important. Once you become a sworn member of the Fed, you're out of the fiscal policy business. So I'm not expressing Congress and the president can pass whatever tax policies, spending policies, fiscal side that they want. Our job is to look at anything that affects prices or employment. The law tells us that's our dual mandate. On financial stability, I do think that there's so far been a bit overblown in the discussions of whether the market accepts it. These are historically pretty normal interest rates. You would think that if there was truly a crisis of confidence in the U.S. as fiscal agent, that the rates would be well higher than where they are now. The fact that they're moving in a direction, it's best to take a long view. They're going up, but we've seen a lot of movement both up and down over the last year and a half. So I don't think we should overreact to that. The fiscal impulse, what does it mean for GDP growth? That's going to be determined by, well, how big is it and what's going to be in the bill? And so we're not political prognosticators either at the Fed. So I don't know exactly what's going to
Andy, let me just follow up on that real quick. So, Austin, we have this same question, and you've been given the same answer for like 6 months now. Was it the right answer? It probably was the right answer. Well, it's far enough in the future that you have a lot of fudge factor in there. In that, there were 2 cuts that were put together by the committee, the average of the committee, the median of the committee, when it comes to rate cuts this year. Where do you stand on that? And how does all of this stuff we talked about, changing fiscal policy, changing tariffs, the uncertainty of whether or not the tariffs are showing up in the data, where does all that put you on your outlook for rates?
I say, now, I don't like even mildly tying our hands at the next meeting, much less over 6, 8, 10 meetings from now. That said, as we went into April 2nd, I believed that we're at pretty stable full employment, that inflation was on path back to 2%. And if we could do those, I thought that over the next 12 to 18 months, rates could come down toward a fair amount, toward where the, let's call it the dot plot was saying rates would settle, which was a fair bit below where rates are right now. I probably got to modify, so now it's 10 to 16 months from now, but I still feel like if we can clear the dust out of there, that the underneath, the economy still has that strength that it had going into April 2nd. And if Joe's scenario played out, that it wasn't, that the tariffs and the uncertainty were not a threat to increase inflation, I'm still underneath hopeful that we can get back to that environment. And 10 to 16 months from now, rates could be a fair bit below where they are today.
I'm glad you modified that, Austin, because I'm going to have to modify it for you if you didn't go down from 12 to 18.
Right. Hey, Austin, I know you talked about sort of political prognosticating, but let me ask you, this is a political question, but it relates directly to what you do and who you are, which is the Supreme Court yesterday appeared to insulate you and your brethren, if you will, from being able to be fired by this administration and then any administration. The Supreme Court effectively saying that board members would have a greater protection against being fired by the president than members of agency leaders, in which case Trump has done that to other agencies. What was your reaction? Was there any conversation inside the Fed about that yesterday?
Look, I'm not a legal scholar, and we, the Chicago Fed, we weren't party to this lawsuit. You know my views. They are unanimous, pretty close among economists that Fed independence and central bank independence from political interference is critically important if you want to prevent inflation from coming back. So other than just being gratified that it looked like the Supreme Court acknowledged the importance of Fed independence, I don't have much.
I got a real different question, though. If, in fact, Jay Powell would be replaced, I mean, that's just the truth. But next year, how much do you think that will change the way you and your colleagues do their jobs?
He needs a bigger playroom.
We need a bigger bathroom.
I don't know. Jay Powell's the only chair that I've served under. If you look through the list of Fed chairs, it's a pretty distinguished list. So if they pick somebody who's smart and who embraces, the Fed's dual mandate, I don't think it would change the way we do business that much.
You have, I'm not sure, it's like, I don't know, is that a relief you can't be fired, or is it? But then I was thinking,
yeah, I don't know. Condolences, Joe. Exactly. I thought you were gonna celebrate in the vanquishing of your enemies. They're ending the penny, and we're not gonna have the penny anymore.
I don't like those pennies. It costs more to make. I do pick them up if they're heads. No, what I was then gonna say is, you've been very good for the Fed, I think, but even more so, the Fed has been really good for you, in terms of. We used to make bets. Like we used to say these terrible fiscal policies. You'll never get to 3%. I can't win my tacos back now because you can't make a bet on what fiscal policies are good.
I'm not allowed
or which
to
ones.
Bet, and I'm not allowed to take free gifts. But you still owe me. You know in your heart you still owe me dinner.
But you no longer are pushing those horrible lefty policies. I mean, you're a changed man now.
I'm out. I joined the Night's Watch, and I'm out of the fiscal policy business.
Wow, the Knights, that's from Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
That's right. That's right. I thought that was nice, though, that you've been really good for the Fed, but it's been good for you, too, I think. Is that a compliment?
I appreciate the thought, Joe. Yeah, I'm going to take it as one, even if it wasn't intended.
Take it and go, Austin. Don't go any further than that.
I will
you'll
call
find
you
out what he really
President
means.
Goolsbee.
Yeah, I call you President. I call you President.
Goolsbee, thank you very much. Steve,
Pleasure.
thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. We truly appreciate it.
All righty. We're going to go to France 24 and listen to their take on what's going on with Harvard. But please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Myotrol will help to create the gene expression that you need to build muscle and to maintain muscle. This is very important to take once you turn age 40 or you're older, right? But you can benefit from Myotrol if you are an athlete, younger or older, by taking it every day, doing your workout, and building that strength. Myotrol also stacks really well with gladiator barley to build muscle. So it's really important. Stop that atrophy. Start building up muscle. See, part of the problem in aging is that there's an atrophy of your musculature. So you have to do resistance training, but because you're older, it's harder to gain that strength and that muscle again. So you can do that by taking certain types of supplements that will help with the gene expression. This has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans. And you'll recover quicker also, you'll notice. So from your workout, recovering from your workout. So do the resistance training and take the Myotrol, stack it with gladiator barley to get the max benefits. And again, you can take this if you're older, 40 years of age or older, or if you're an athlete that's older or younger, you will benefit from it. Clarity factor, very important to take. Get rid of that brain fog. It's going to help get those neurons firing, so you'll have better memory. You're going to be able to think faster, and you're going to have better neuroplasticity. When you're having these neurons firing and they're healthy, then what's going to happen is that those neurons are going to connect more. When you're connecting those neurons more, you have positive neuroplasticity. You're going to think faster. You're going to have better memory. And it's a great way as part of your anti-aging protocol, but you'll be able to concentrate at work, in school, or even if you're retired, to be able to concentrate on tasks at hand. So please take the Clarity Factor every day. Resveratrol soaks up free radicals, helps with the mitochondrial health. With good mitochondrial health, you'll have more ATP for your cells. This helps with youthful gene expression and helps to get rid of senesced cells. Take resveratrol every day. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It works better when you stack it with something like NAD+, ubiquinol, C60, and Clarity Factor. All right? Stack it with Clarity Factor to help those neurons. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And neural health is really important. Proper sleep is really important. When you have proper sleep, you consolidate memory, you're detoxifying your central nervous system, and you're going to be well rested, you're going to have more energy. Good night formula, by taking this every day, is going to allow you to get into 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep to allow you to detoxify that central nervous system, consolidate memory, and to be well rested. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. Take it every day and help that neural health, really important. So a great stack to help with your musculature, with the Myotrol, to help with your sleep and detoxification of your central nervous system and consolidating memory is the Good Night Formula, helping with concentration and neuroplasticity, Clarity Factor, and then to soak up free radicals and help with youthful gene expression and help with the mitochondrial health, resveratrol. So this is a very powerful stack. Again, that stack is Good Night Formula, Myotrol, Clarity Factor, and resveratrol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. So let's go to France 24.
That the president has taken to penalize higher education institutions since taking office. The spending bill, for example, that was approved by the U.S. House of Representatives Thursday also increases a tax on the richest private universities pay on their endowment investment gains, which proponents say will rein in so-called woke schools. For more on all of this, then France 24's international affairs commentator Douglas Herbert joins me on set. Hi, Doug. So
that's a mouthful, right?
It is indeed. As far as the as this latest in the Harvard saga goes, China has said that this particular decision will tarnish Washington's image. Are they right? What effect do you think this will have on the United States at large?
Look, Harvard University, and not just Harvard, the whole stable of Ivy League universities and top-rate educational institutions in the United States, Harvard and its peers known as the Ivy League, they are, when you talk about American soft power, when you talk about American innovation, when you talk about the excellence of American academic research, scientific research notably, it's not a coincidence. Harvard has produced over its history, which dates back, by the way, to 1636, bears reminding, 162 Nobel laureates. 162. I think that's unrivaled by any other institution, not just in America, but in the world, any single institution. So what does this mean? It's not an overnight. All of a sudden, you're going to wake up and blink and, oh, Harvard's gone. Harvard Yard is no longer there. It will survive, but in what form is it going to survive? Because foreign students are at Harvard. I'll give an example. I was a graduate student there back in the 90s, and I did Russian studies. My program was a small program. I had lecturers who were dedicated to a small lecturing group of about 8 to 10 students. Over half in most of my lectures were foreign students. So when I was studying Russia, I had a Japanese student peer in the course with me. I had a Polish colleague. It was part of the exchange. It made Harvard what it was. It's the reason you argue that you would choose to go to Harvard to study something like, say, Russian studies, as I did, over perhaps another school. I know it sounds cliche to talk about the richness of foreign students, what they bring to a university. But we have to understand that where Trump looks at this and sees it as Harvard opening itself up to, just looking at its bottom line, because foreign students, as you said, they pay the full tuition. They don't benefit from federal, grants and student aid and student subsidies. So it's just purely about money, money, money. No, they bring a richness in the academic fabric. They bring that exchange. They bring the diversity of perspectives that there's literally no other way of bringing to the classrooms, to the courses, to the faculties, to the professors also who are attracted there. So when you take away that component, when you sort of threaten to ban Harvard certification, student visa certification, and kick it out of that whole system, what you're essentially saying is Harvard's no longer Harvard, right? France 24, right? We broadcast in what? 4 languages, French, English, Arabic, and Spanish. It's essentially as if Emmanuel Macron turns around and said, France 24, you can't broadcast in English, Arabic, or Spanish anymore. You could keep the French part. That's it. It's not who you are. It's not the reason, the raison d'etre of the station. And Harvard could make a similar argument. Yeah, it's not a broadcaster, it's not a newsroom, but it can make the argument that it is about its foreign students. I think we've reported the figure right. This year's class of a Harvard class, a university class, 6,800. That's 27%. Foreign students, 20, and there's some graduate schools, including the Kennedy School of Government, which are predominantly, a majority are foreign students. We're not talking about a trickle of students who are targeted by this. We are talking about the very essence of what makes Harvard, Harvard, and by extension, the very essence of what makes a lot of top universities in America who are able to attract the best and brightest in the world what they are. You are basically not just chopping down a pillar of America's soft power, undermining America's ability to project itself in that way in the world as it has for decades, some would say for a couple of centuries now. You are basically emasculating the entire identity of the institution itself.
And some of its hard power, so to speak, because we know that these graduates go on to become essential components to some of the biggest companies, the most important and profitable companies and research institutions, even
all over the world.
In the U.S., Doug. Okay, well, Harvard, of course, I imagine will presumably continue to fight back.
You don't have to presume, Erin, and the reason you don't have to presume is because they are fighting back. They already are in court. You'll remember that last month, the federal government, Trump administration, basically revoked over $2 billion. I'm not saying that wrong, not million, $2 billion in federal grant subsidies to Harvard University because it wasn't basically doing Trump's bidding. It was resisting his MAGA agenda with regards to hiring and firing practices, its curriculum, so on and so forth. It said, we're not doing it. Columbia University bent. It made concessions in order to get back $400 million in grants. A lot of people came under a lot of fire and criticism in many parts of the community. Harvard said, we're not doing it. So it's already has taken essentially the Trump administration to court, and it is made clear in a statement. It is called this governmental action illegal, this latest one, the banning certification of foreign students' visas in the system. It says we're going to fight it, essentially. They are determined to fight it, not just for Harvard as Harvard sees it, but also for the good of America. They say they're trying to make the broader picture. This is not just about the benefit of one institution. It is about what we were talking about earlier. It is about the image of America in the world and America's ability to continue to be, for many, not for all, a shining beacon of opportunity, of openness, and of academic excellence.
Doug, we'll see where this takes them in terms of the legal battle to come, as you said there. Thank you very much.
Why is your world-changing organization called a nonprofit? Truth is, you're for purpose. That's why Bloomerangs give.
All right, CNN is now talking about, it looks like the judge's decision to block what Trump's doing with Harvard. I want to go to Fox Business. They're talking about the Japanese economy, and then we'll go to CNN. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. Nattokinase will help to break up clots. It's fibrinolytic, and nattokinase will help to bring down those LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That's really important because less LDL means less LDL that's oxidized, and less oxidized LDL means less plaque formation. So to help with your cardiovascular health, take nattokinase. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Breaking news we brought to you just a few moments ago. President Trump just posting on Truth Social a little while ago. Here's what he said. I have long ago informed Tim Cook of Apple. I expect their iPhones will be sold in the United States of America, will be manufactured, built in the United States, not India or any place else. If that is not the case, a tariff of at least 25% must be paid by Apple to the U.S. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So this really hit the stock in the pre-market. Take a look at Apple right now. It is down almost 3%, so it's come back, but at one point it was down almost 4% on this news. I want to bring in Gatestone Institute Senior Fellow and author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America, Gordon Chang, on set with us this morning. Gordon, your reaction to this? This is a pretty heavy push by Trump.
Well, it certainly is. Ultimately, yes, we'd like iPhones and iPads and all the rest of it to be made in the U.S., but this is a win to have it made in India. When you had the May 1st announcement by Tim Cook that the majority of iPhones for the U.S. would be made in India and iPads and other devices would be made in Vietnam, that's a victory for us. And I think President Trump should take it. Now, Apple has the most difficult to move supply chain of any company. So they're not going to be able to automatically start making them in this country tomorrow. I think that Trump should give them a little bit of time. And as I said, this is really important to get it out of China. So let's take our wins while we have them.
At least they're trying to get it out, John Lonsky. They're trying to get it out of China. Because you made the point in the commercial break. Look, if you threw iPhone production into the U.S. now, which physically isn't completely possible, iPhones would be $2,000, $3,000.
That's correct. And American consumers and American voters would not be happy with that. So Trump has to be careful with his trade policy, not to push it so hard that consumer prices soar to levels that prove to be politically devastating to the Republican Party.
Yeah, just to follow up with what John said, I mean, our lives are these phones. And I think more so than almost any other thing that government can mess with, if they mess with the phone, there could be repercussions at the ballot box, and especially going into 2026, where the Democrats are handing Trump a gift horse right now because they cannot get their act together. There is a chance that Donald Trump and the Republican Party go against normal history and actually win in the midterms. If you start messing with people's phones, I think you kill that gift horse.
The interesting piece, though, I want to bring up, though, real quick, is that if you look at the post from Trump, he's saying,
get your rental car just a 6-hour wait.
Hi, listen to your common sensei and
Apple has to pay for that tariff. So my thinking is he's saying you eat the cost. You don't pass it on to consumers, because he told Walmart, eat the cost of the tariffs. Walmart said, we can't completely do that. You know, business is business. Target, we also heard Gordon say, we're not completely sure what we're going to do. Real quick.
Yeah. One thing, though, you know, manufacturing in the U.S. is not as expensive as most people think. And the reason is it's automation, it's AI. And that's going to take the labor cost out of it. And when you don't have transportation costs across the Pacific, it's going to be okay. So I'm not sure it's going to be triple the cost, but you know, we're at a point where the U.S. manufacturing, I think, is going to flourish, and we're going to see that fairly soon, but not as soon as Trump wants.
John, real quick.
Yeah, I think, you know, Trump keeps telling these companies you can't pass on higher costs. Boy, you know, this brings back memories of Joe Biden telling grocery chains not to pass on the higher costs that they were facing, the final prices for groceries. I mean, it's up to the companies, the businesses, to decide how to go ahead and price their products. They don't need help from the President of the United
Well,
States.
we're going to watch Apple stock throughout the day. Again, the breaking news, wanted to bring this in. Thank you, Gordon, for commenting on that. Let's talk about also the big news with China and the United States, because they're going to have, they had their first call yesterday since they had the Geneva meeting, and they agreed to keep lines of communication opening. And they say there's more high-level engagement that's going to happen, try to get this broader deal going. This is the tariff story. But China told the World Trade Organization that trade talks with the U.S. were an important step, but what is really needed was to find a way out of global trade turmoil. You've got a new op-ed that says that President Trump let China win the first round in the tariff war. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think Trump wanted to avoid China on a collision course. So he offered them an off-ramp saying, look, this is a way for you to settle your relations, not just with the United States, but with the rest of the world. So I think it was Trump taking a generous sort of broader view of things. You know, everyone says, oh, you know, he caved in. Well, no, I don't think so. I think he actually meant that this was going to be a way for China to come to terms with the U.S.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how these discussions play out. As you've always told us, China does not play fair. I think we know that. But, you know, Marie and I have both talked about this. The fact that they won't even give their economic data out anymore. What does that really tell you about the shape of their economy right now when you've got protests happening at their factories across the country? That says to me uprising is coming. To be
uprising is not only coming, it's also here. And it's not just the workers, it's also bank depositors right now. Chinese economy is contracting. We see this from the price data for February, March, and April. The country's in a deflationary spiral. That's an economy killer. And that is inconsistent with their reports of 5.4% growth in Q1. So China's at a weak hand right now.
I feel vindicated for the last 25 years saying I didn't buy the Chinese data. Todd, go ahead.
Okay, my question for you, you have been talking ever since I've known you about the coming collapse of China. You have a book. But my question is, obviously, Xi Jinping is not going to go down without a fight. So does he currently have the ability, based upon his iron-fisted control of this country for so long, to quelch a rebellion like that?
Well, he does for now, but we have seen the Chinese people very volatile. So, for instance, that extraordinary series of protests starting in October 2022 just flared across the country. Uncontrollable. Now, the regime was able to put it back in the box after 2.5, 3 months, but this is a regime which I think is very worried because they can see that the Chinese people are really unhappy with what's going on. And I think Xi Jinping is not in command, or at least to the extent that most people think, because we're seeing a lot of dissension in the Chinese military where his loyalists are being sacked. If he doesn't control the military, his control over the party is then put in question, Todd.
Well, his health has been the big question. And we've saw those reports from last summer to now. And again, we can't get answers or facts because it's China, but we all saw those reports last summer about him. Before you go really quick, they're pledging support for overseas students at Harvard, the Chinese are, because of course, President Trump revoked the university's ability to enroll international students. This because, remember, there was evidence showing repeated collaboration between the faculty and the Chinese Communist Party, not just at Harvard, we saw this out of Stanford, and then of course, Harvard hosting members of the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps. They're under sanctions from the United States. This is appalling to me.
Yeah, Harvard's actions are unjustifiable. And the one thing here we have is an underreaction by American presidents to China's infiltration of American institutions, especially Harvard. And Harvard's been about the worst offender here. So, you know, people at Harvard are probably going to think through this, and they need to get these Chinese institutions and break these links.
Yeah, because again, how many Chinese students do you have that are paying top dollar? That means American students don't get those spots in these universities.
Absolutely. And when it comes to STEM subjects, this is really important because we need American engineers. We need American mathematicians and technicians, and we're not training our own people.
1,000%, Gordon. It's great to see you. Thank you for being here.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D3. This is the cofactor for gene expression, very important. Vitamin D3 works better when you take magnesium in your diet or through supplementation. And And vitamin D3 helps to soak up and absorb calcium. And D3 helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis, especially if they're infected. That's the reason why vitamin D3 was so important to take in 2020. Vitamin K2, MK7, it's a dual purpose product. It's going to help with bone density and cardiovascular health. And you stack it with vitamin D3 to help absorb that calcium, do resistance training, and deposit that bone matrix that you need to have healthier, denser bone over time. Also, it's very important to realize that vitamin D3 and K2 can help with your cardiovascular health. It will help to pull some of that calcium depositing that takes place around the plaque formation in your vascular system and reduce the chances of further calcium depositing. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the K2, the D3, stack it also with the nattokinase for cardiovascular health. And when you do resistance training, D3 and K2 will help with your bone density. Use discount 5 and you will get $5 off any order. All right, let's go to CNN talking about the injunction.
Nearly 70% of IT projects fail. Prioritize and align your IT portfolio with Smartsheet.
Only through Monday, save up to 35% during Ray Moore and Flanagan's Memorial Day Super Weekend Sale.
Quarter of the student body at Harvard. The administration says it's because of Harvard's handling of anti-Semitism on campus and that enrolling international students is a privilege, not a right. Harvard calls it, quote, clear retaliation for refusing to bow to the White House demands. I want to turn to CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig, who is going to explain in English what exactly this means. First of all, what we just heard from the judge, and broadly, what the actual case you think both the administration and Harvard have here.
Yeah, so Dana, this ruling just came out minutes ago. It is a big win for Harvard, temporary, but very significant. What this says is the court is blocking the Trump administration from blocking Harvard from bringing in international students. In other words, as of this moment, it's back to the status quo. Harvard may continue to bring in international students. Now, the way this case came about is the Trump administration sent a letter about a month ago in April to Harvard saying essentially, we want the following information on every one of your 7,000 international students. We want disciplinary records. We want records of any obstructive behavior by any of them, any dangerous behavior by any of them. Harvard tried to comply to the extent they could. Some of those terms are very general, but Harvard sent back documents to the Trump administration. The Trump administration said, nope, we're not satisfied, and therefore you can no longer accept these students. Now, the court today said, I'm putting that on hold. The judge said, I'm putting that on hold because to block these international students would cause irreparable harm both to the students, some of whom are currently enrolled at Harvard. Suddenly their status was in question. Can they go back? Can they attend the summer semester? And to Harvard itself, which, as you said, about a quarter of its entire student body are these international students. So for the moment, Harvard is free to continue admitting these students, but the larger issue still has to play out in the courts.
And Ellie, what legal basis does the Trump administration have for its actions here?
So it's not exactly clear to me. It seems like the Trump administration's legal position here is we're the executive branch. We control these student visa programs, F1 and J1 student visa programs. And if we want to revoke them, we can revoke them. And by the way, we're doing this all to prevent anti-Semitism on campus. However, Harvard's response to that in their brief that they put in yesterday is, first of all, it violates our First Amendment rights. It's not up to the government, the federal government, to micromanage speech and ideology on campus. And then Harvard's second argument is, even if the administration had the right to do this, they have to comply with something called the Administrative Procedures Act, basically saying they have to go through a process. We're entitled to a hearing. We're entitled to an appeal, and none of that has been done yet. And I think that's part of the reason we saw today's ruling as well. It seems to me on the face of it, Harvard has a much stronger legal argument.
Ellie, thank you so much for helping break that down for us. Appreciate it. Good to see you. And here at the table, I'm joined by an amazing group of reporters today. CNN's Jamie Gengel, Zolan Kano-Youngs of the New York Times, CNN's Elena Treen, and Tia Mitchell of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Happy Friday, everybody. Friday of a holiday weekend. Jamie, put this in perspective.
So, as Ellie said, this is a big win for Harvard, but there is still uncertainty about how this is going to play out. Imagine if you're a student and you're wondering, will I really be able to go to class in the fall? It's also not just international students at Harvard who are panicked about this. Every university is watching this. Every business is watching this, wondering, are we next? And just big picture, this is, we were discussing this earlier, this is a real problem for our country right now because we are seeing this throughout. We're seeing it at law firms. We're seeing it at universities. We're seeing, Tim Cook at Apple was told you're going to get a 25% tariff. Both Democrats and Republicans have said to me, this is what authoritarian capture looks like.
And so what the administration is sort of going in with and what they started to go in with at other schools, but Harvard in particular, has been, you didn't handle the very raw, very real anti-Semitism that made Jewish students feel uncomfortable and unsafe for a long time, particularly after October 7th. Well, and so we are going to punish you. What the administration did with their threats is went far beyond anti-Semitism. And they made demands from Harvard that were based on political ideology, having really nothing to do with anti-Semitism. And that's one of the things that Larry Summers, who has had a lot of jobs, Treasury Secretary, but he was also the president of Harvard for a while. Here's what he said this morning on CNN.
Brands evolve, and we provide the tools and environment to help you.
This is extortion. It's a vendetta using all powers of the government because of a political argument with Harvard. I've often been critical of Harvard on aspects relating to identity politics, anti-Semitism, and much more. But that's not what this is about. This is about a vicious attack to pursue a personal agenda.
Someone?
Well, you're right. I mean, there's the conversation about how universities handled protests on campus over the past year, right? But what we've seen is now I believe there's 8 different investigations from the federal government into Harvard right now. We've seen the administration not just talk about their handling of anti-Semitism, but also talk about who universities are hiring, different levels of including diversity into the students that you're admitting and the people that you're hiring. There are those in the administration even before these campus protests. I remember this from Trump round 1. That felt that the Ivy Leagues in particular almost set the tone for a more sort of liberal society that we would see, and have tried to change the culture of those universities to have a university system that really does reflect MAGA in a way and reflects the ideology of the federal government. And you're seeing now the sort of a hodgepodge of responses to these universities under that vein.
The reality of the situation is that these universities, especially the elite universities, are pushing ultra-liberal agendas. He didn't even mention that the anti-Semitism and anti-Israeli report that came out by Harvard in April states that there is too much bias within the faculty towards a liberal mindset, and that there needs to be more conservatism. And not only that, to have coursework that actually tells the real history of a region. They literally, you have professors that have a anti-Zionist, pro-Palestinian agenda that they're promoting. But it goes way beyond
just the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. There's this wokeism that's taking place with reparations. There's this wokeism that's taking place between, and this is in the report. The university is teaching from these liberal professors this mindset of oppressor and the oppressed. And what happens is you have in student body that is impressionable, taking these core curriculum courses, these general requirement courses, right, that are pushing this liberal agenda. The humanities departments are creating students to cause havoc and disruption. That's wrong. It's just wrong. It's not about it's not about create a university that's more reflective of MAGA. No, what it is, and it's in the report. The university needs, the universities, not just Harvard, needs to have a more even representation within the faculty between liberalism and conservatism. And this goes back to what I was saying before about God, country, and family. If you don't have some spirituality, if you don't have some affinity to your country, and you don't have affinity for the family unit, you have a society in decline, period. And that's what woke agenda represents, is a declining society.
Also, you mentioned all the people, companies and what have you that are responding just to this response when it comes to international students. I would add one more, and that's other nations as well. One of the ways that the United States has strong relationships, even with adversaries like China, is through the relationship it has in collaboration with international students. You cut that off, it also is going to have a diplomatic ripple effect as well.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because I was just reading an op-ed that Jason Furman, who also is an economics, is an economist and an expert, and who worked for Democrats, but also went to Harvard and is now a Harvard professor. He wrote about exactly that, about the fact that there has been untold benefit. It's almost impossible to calculate how much the benefit that the U.S. has had historically in bringing over international students, and then, of course, sending international students abroad. That's when it comes to maybe soft power or diplomacy. And then there's just the raw dollars and cents. He wrote here that the U.S. receives as much as $50 billion annually from foreign.
Instead of calling in favors from those distant relatives, Tom and Jenny,
Cousin Mikey,
Tom, you're right. Hello.
Foreign students.
No, I mean, it's also something that we've learned, and you've seen this in some of the.
Yeah, I want to rewind that because of the commercial. See what she has to say, because I want to dissect what the amount of money and make a point here.
The U.S. receives as much as $50 billion annually from foreign students.
So $50 billion annually. Now, I don't know where this number's coming from. So basically, the universities are saying, we can't be functional unless we bring in foreign students that pay a higher tuition. That's what they're saying. And then, oh, by the way, they're still asking for $1 billion in annual grants. Well, that's just Harvard. I mean, other schools maybe asking for not $1 billion, maybe 400 million. But the point here is that they're asking for a lot of money. It's all about money. And then the problem comes in is when these foreign students, not many of them, it's just a small fraction, are actually infiltrating our society, stealing technology, and causing disruption on campus to cause internal strife. This is the way the CCP works. Wake up. Wake up. If you want to pretend and have cognitive dissonance that this is not happening, we are going to have serious problems, especially when it flares up in the Pacific between our Navy and the PLA. All right? Really, really important to pay attention.
So do we really need the 50 billion? Do we really need the 50 billion? The universities do. But maybe the universities are charging too much. Maybe they built up their universities too much. Maybe they took on too much debt. Maybe they built too many buildings and have them mortgaged too much in hopes that they're going to have a big donor that wants to slap their name on it. Maybe our universities need to be radically restructured.
No, I mean, it's also something that we've learned, and you've seen this in some of the reporting today, that some of the money from these foreign students, from these international students, helps pay for the financial aid for domestic students.
So money's fungible. Money's fungible. It's also helping to pay for the bloated out administration at Harvard that Ackman is complaining about. So, well, maybe the universities need to like cut costs and get down back to their core mission.
It's definitely an economic question here. I think your point, Zolan, about why the Trump administration is doing this and looking more broadly at not just what they're doing.
The reason why they're doing it is that they want to stop the infiltration of foreign nationals taking technology that have dual purpose that can be applied to the military, and stop that 1,000 talent program and stop the infiltration into the student body causing havoc in the society. And then on top of it, trying to get the universities to restructure so they have equal representation between liberalism and conservatism.
With this lawsuit, but also other things that they've done, it's very clear that this is a cultural issue for the Trump administration and for the White House. And you have a lot of people.
Wait a minute. The last that I remember, those protests that happened right after October 7th of 2023. Biden was in office, had nothing to do with Trump. And the fact is this, the faculty on many of these campuses, especially the elite institutions, the Ivy League and the Ivy League Plus, have ultra-liberal bias. It's a big problem. And a lot of these ultra-liberals, they hate America, they hate God, and they hate family. So they're pro-abortion, they're pro-killing a fetus, they hate the American flag, and they'd rather raise up a Palestinian flag over John Harvard. And they hate the country. They don't want capitalism. They want some sort of ultra-socialism and communism. They hate the country. This is what ultra-liberals represent. They don't like God. They don't like the country. They don't like the family unit. Big problem. It's a big problem. And that when you have these pillars break, when you have these pillars starting to crack, then the foundation of society starts to teeter to the point of destruction. So ultra-liberalism is just the beginnings of a society that leads down a road to hell. So if you don't push back, which I think everybody should be doing, they should be pushing back on this ultra-liberal agenda. And this was taking place not during the Trump administration, Trump 2.0. This was taking place during Biden's administration. When he couldn't even control it. Harris didn't want to say anything too much because she was afraid that she wasn't going to get the votes from the ultra-liberal side. But not saying anything could demonize the side that was a little bit more centrist. But this all happened under the Biden administration, not Trump. I'm telling you, the student body is out of control. It's been infiltrated by certain types of groups. Some of it's foreign nationals. Some of it's like Soros type. But it's been infiltrated. But then it's the sowing the seeds of this discontent is coming from the ultra liberal faculty. So when the Trump administration is saying, hey, maybe your courses and maybe your teachers, your professors are part of the problem, he's right. And not only that, Harvard admits it. Harvard is admitting that the course curriculum in some of these general requirement courses and the bias of the ultra liberal professors, the faculty, is a big part of the problem. They don't have a good solution to fix it. So Harvard even admits that they have the problem. But you got this guy on fucking CNN that's saying, no, Trump's pushing back and he wants the university to be MAGA. No. Equal representation. What's wrong with that? What is wrong with seeing in the general requirement courses an equal representation of conservatism and liberalism? What's wrong with that? And the student makes the decision on which one they want to gravitate to. When 90% of your professors or more are ultra liberal, how the hell are you going to produce a conservative student? Now, there are conservative students at Harvard, but I'm telling you, to save Harvard, it's the conservatives, the educated, the ones that are about merit and about God, country, and family that's going to save Harvard. And there's a silent, growing conservative movement within the alumni that is starting to push back. That's what's really happening. So to save Harvard, Harvard needs to start aligning itself with conservatism. It's not that the Trump administration is going to push Harvard into being MAGA. There's never been a time where Harvard was actually right on any issue at the very beginning. Never, never, ever, ever, ever. Not the founding of the nation. They were for the King of England. They weren't with George Washington. They weren't for the Civil War. They were for slavery. They weren't for civil rights. They didn't even want women to be educated. Harvard has never been on the right side of history at the very beginning. It's only when they're pushed when they've been on the right side of history.
The White House who believe that Harvard and these other Ivy League institutions are not preaching or they're preaching and they're practicing things that they shouldn't be. It's similar to what we've seen with them try to do in public schools about trying to change what the curriculums are. They believe that they are too woke and that they need to take actions against them. And we saw.
Well, wait, hold on, honey, on CNN. On the public schools, which is taking our tax dollars, our property taxes, pay for public schools, all right? They're pushing gender dysphoria. That is an agenda that's taking place in elementary school. Elementary school. And your tax dollars are paying for that shit. Now, if you're coming from a conservative background and it's about God, country, and family, don't you think that is a little like, well, wait a minute here. Why am I paying for this shit? But you got the ultra liberals that are saying, no, you can't tell us what to teach. Well, why are you teaching gender dysphoria to a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old? Then you layer in the endocrine disruption with the food supply. And now you know why. You look at someone that is in their 20s or 30s right now, especially in their 20s, that's a guy. I don't hear testosterone in their voice. They have a very high pitched voice. They don't have a lower pitched sound. And the reason is that they have this endocrine disruption that's taking place in their food supply. Their testosterone's lower. So you have they're being bombarded psychologically in the school for gender dysphoria. And then you're being bombarded chemically through the food supply. And voila, you have a huge population that has gender dysphoria. Big problem. But it's okay, according to liberals. Really, is it okay? You really think a society is more productive when everyone's a fucking retard and everyone has gender dysphoria? Really? You think that's going to be a productive society? Now we know why they have to import international students into our universities, because all the domestic students seem to be retarded and gender dysphoric. Probably because those international students have better water supply and a better food supply that's not causing endocrine disruption. It's a big problem. People need to wake up. People need to wake up. There's a psychological bombardment of kids, and there is a chemical bombardment of kids that's causing a lot of this endocrine disruption. And it lines in with this whole story about, like, what should people be taught? Well, I don't remember Gen X being so fucking dumb. But yet you look at the new generation that's popping up, they're fucking dumb.
Do this was related to some of the diversity practices that Zolm was talking about, try to, propose revoking their tax exempt status. I mean, that is a sign of retribution, and people inside the White House acknowledge that.
Well, yeah, so there's retribution, which we're going to talk about in 1 second. And then there's the idea that they feel that they have a mandate because the president campaigned on a lot of these issues, maybe not, kicking.
What I have noticed within the intelligentsia world that I associate, all right, I say that loosely, but the thing is that in that intelligentsia realm, there are many people that are in the Boswash corridor between Boston and Washington, D.C. That includes New York. All right, that corridor of intelligentsia really thinks that Trump's dumb. They don't. They're totally underestimating his true smarts. He's not an intellectual. He's just not an intellectual. I bet he hasn't read a book in 30 years from cover to cover. But he's smart. He's smart. Trump is smart. He's just not an intellectual. So these intellectuals, that's part of the intelligentsia, they think that they're so much higher than him and so much more intelligent, and that he's just a freak show and it's all a circus. No. Most of these people that are making these statements, they're not as rich as Trump is. All right. So just getting where Trump is, it takes smarts. But not only that, he has a blessing. So it's better than smarts. He's blessed by God. All right. Now this sounds kind of strange, but there is no doubt that he is a blessed person. No doubt. There is zero doubt in my mind about this. He is a blessed person. That doesn't mean he's a good person. That doesn't even mean he's an intellectual person. But he has street smarts and he's been blessed. All right? Now, you really think that anyone within intelligentsia is going to be able to fight that? Street smarts with a blessing from God? I don't think so. I don't care what fucking university you went to. They're not understanding what is supporting Trump. And that's the reason why every time they go after him, whenever they resist, Trump gets stronger. The way Trump's kryptonite is when you don't react. When you flatter him, that's his kryptonite. But when you go against the grain, if you're going against him, that he gets stronger. It's that simple. You don't have to be Oxford Don or anything like that. It's very simple. And this is where Garber fucked up. He fucked up big time. He should have had a closed door meeting with Trump saying there are problems within the university. Some of it he can control, some of it he can't, and he needs his help. And things would have been so much better. But instead, the intelligentsia thought they knew better. And now they're going against the blessing of God and street smarts from New York. All right?
So street smarts from New York going against the intelligentsia of Cambridge. Now, who do you think is going to win on this? Really? Who do you think is going to win? It's not going to be Harvard.
Foreign students at Harvard, but what he calls the woke agenda. I mean, that was a big part of what we heard over and over and over from him. And he won the election. So in his mind and in the mind of the people who work for him, they think that this is the way to go. Again, just back on the economics of this, according to Axios, U.S. startups valued at $1 billion or more, 44% are founded or co-founded by immigrants. I don't have the data, but I believe that here you go, around 24 founded or co-founded by international students, specifically from Harvard. And I would imagine a lot of those 44% that co-founded these startups beyond Harvard were educated in the United States.
I mean, President Trump doesn't have to look far. His main advisor, Elon Musk, is a very successful American businessman who's an immigrant, right? And so I think, yes, this is about punishing.
But Elon Musk also said that it wasn't college that made him smart. It was that he knew how to read a book and that he had the curiosity of to gain knowledge. And he was saying that, you know, today's school system just is not training people correctly.
Students in universities, but I really think this is also part of Trump trying to reshape the American government system, reshape what we currently consider America's democracy. And we know that one way authoritarian leaders do so is by attacking free thought, free speech, and attacking facts. And we've seen him do that in how he is going after, you know, the academy, our higher education system, among other institutions in America.
The sad thing is that these institutions were aligned with Biden. And the Biden administration was going after people's freedoms, especially freedom of speech. And how was this happening? He had the FBI and Homeland Security looking into conservative families that were pushing back on the woke agenda and the curriculum that was being taught in their elementary schools. And they viewed them as right-wingers, right-wing establishment. They must be terrorists. That came from the Biden administration. So don't give me this fucking horse shit that the Trump administration is going after institutions and cutting away their freedom of speech, and not in the same sentence say, guess what? Biden was doing the same thing in a different way. You can't be intellectually honest when that is taking place on CIA. This is CIA. Let's go to Bloomberg. Another fucking liberal.
Harry would like to see is very, very difficult to believe. In fact, some of the reports say that if that happened, we'd all be paying $3,500 or more for an iPhone. I can't do it, Kaylee. I just can't do it. So please don't do that to us.
You know, you don't need to buy every year. And not only that, what was the amortization schedule, Tim Cook, on that to figure that out? Ask the hard questions, Bloomberg. Ask the hard questions.
Earlier, though, that if we did do that, it's not going to be the army of millions of people turning screws into phones, as Howard Lutnick said at one point. It's going to be likely AI-driven robotic manufacturing that makes that even feasible to take place here in the U.S., but it's coming at the same time that the president is trying to ban international students from going to Harvard. How do you get both?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think they're mutually exclusive. You've got to have people who have that technical skill if you want to have manufacturing of these kind of technical items. And by the way, we need—
Wait a minute. You're telling me there's not that American engineers aren't as good, if not better, than international engineers? Really? Really? Is that what this financial advisor is saying?
if you want to grow the economy, just think about it. Out of the 57,000 people that are applying to Harvard, not all of them are domestic students, but most are. Let's just say 80% of them are, all right? 80% of 57,000 students are applying for 1,950 seats at the Harvard College. About 400 of those go to international students. Those 400 seats could be easily filled by someone that is an American citizen and do very well at Harvard and do startups and, you know, be contributing to the scientific endeavor of mankind and yada, yada, yada. So this trope that they're using, that if you shut down the international community from the scientific or, you know, from STEM at these elite institutions, then our economy isn't going to be as robust. No, actually, it might be more robust. You're investing, you're taking American tax dollars and you're investing into American citizens.
One big beautiful bill that passed the House without her or any other Democrats' vote. Straight ahead on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And the female that's on that show is pregnant. She looks pregnant. So she's either getting fat or she's pregnant. I think she's pregnant. But the point here is that, you know, if things are so bad with the Trump administration, and it's disrupting the economy so bad, and that inflation is going to be through the roof, and that, you know, everything that Trump's doing is bad, then why the hell would you be bringing a baby into the world? Why would you bring a child into the world of chaos if you really think it's that bad? So it's not so much what they say, it's you got to see what they're doing. All right? So if she's bringing in her child under she looks like she's probably about 6 months pregnant, maybe 7 months, probably 6 months. But the thing is that within 3 months, she's going to have a child. Very high probability it's going to be under the Trump administration, the way things are going. All right. So she must not feel that negative about what's going on in the country. But yet every single day she says on how bad Trump is. Really? Then why are you bringing a baby into this world? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And where else are you going to be so entertained about very important topics like what's going on in Cambridge? All kidding aside, if you listen to what I have to say about your health and wellness, you're going to slow down the aging process, build that immune system, and have more vitality. So take Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley is a high-density protein. You get a big scooper in here. Take a full scooper each day. Mix it with filtered water, soft foods like hummus or yogurt, or in milk, or in a smoothie, but take it every day. Take it for your breakfast or for your lunch. It's a high-density protein. Do resistance training. It's going to help you build muscle. It's going to bring down inflammation. That's going to help by bringing down inflammation, you're going to help your joints out. You're going to recover quicker with your workout. It's going to help your immune system and help with your vascular system, because by bringing down inflammation, you're reducing plaque buildup. And you're soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase, and you're detoxifying your body with this. So this is a great product to take. Take it every day and build that muscle and reduce that atrophy. Another great product that I have is Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients, has a very comprehensive compound profile that you can see on the screen here. But go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, read the label. This is very important to take every day. Super important. It's the fourth pillar of my core protocol. Boosts up those energy levels, revs up that metabolism. You start feeling the effects within 72 hours. You get a steady burn of energy throughout the whole day, no spiking. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're going to be able to sleep better. There's going to be better memory consolidation. Your
brain health is going to improve. Your cardiovascular health is going to improve. Your strength will improve. And do those 4 modalities of exercise: cardio, resistance training, stretching, and balancing exercises, all important. So this targets many systems. You should be taking this every day, and you'll lose weight, and it'll help to control your A1C levels. That's your blood glucose levels. So take it every day. Take a big scooper once a day with soft foods, milk, or a smoothie, or filtered water. But take it every day, and this replaces your breakfast or your lunch. You take it for breakfast or for lunch, not both. Once a day, and it replaces your meal. You should take it with either the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley for best effects. All right. And what you're going to notice is that you're losing weight safely and consistently. You're having energy. It's going to target multiple systems like your brain health, your cardiovascular health, and your musculature. And you're going to get in shape, and you're going to be healthier. And it's going to slow down the aging process, and you're going to have more vitality. And when you stack it with other things like turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to boost up that immune system, C60 to soak up those free radicals, and Max 35 or Max 14 or cleanse to boost up also your immune system, or some of the other supplements that I talked about, like Myotrol or omega-3 or clarity factor. When you build these stacks, these health protocol stacks, you're improving and targeting your different systems and slowing down the aging process. I've been doing this for a long time. All right. I'm in my 50s, and I look a lot healthier than Alex Jones, and Alex Jones is younger than I am chronologically. So who do you believe? Who do you want to believe? Someone that actually is telling you exactly what you need to do to get healthy. It's a holistic approach. It's proper diet, proper exercise, filter your water, stay away from processed foods, the 4 modalities of exercise, proper supplementation, proper sleep, meditation or spirituality, and learn new things. Stay positive. You stay positive, to slow down the aging process. All right? It's a holistic approach. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Take the Boomer Boost. Now, if you take the supplements that I talked about for the last 4.5 hours, you are going to slow down the aging process. You're going to improve your cardiovascular health. You're going to improve your blood glucose levels. You're going to get in shape. You're going to build more muscle. You're going to reduce your BMI. You're going to increase your bone density, reduce plaque, improve your neurons. These are really important systems. You'll slow down that aging process. Or if you don't want to listen to me, you'll look like Alex Jones. So do you want to look like Dr. Paul Cottrell, or do you want to look like Alex Jones? It's your choice. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. That's the end of my transmission for today. Thank you very much for watching on Rumble and on YouTube and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Everyone, have a good weekend. Some people are going to have a long weekend depending on who's watching, but have a safe and happy weekend. Later.